Is on vacation, I believe.
It's his birthday today.
His birthday. Well, wish him a happy birthday. Okay, Mr. Dehaney, I think we're ready to roll.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I have a request for several members of the city council. J&A Racing will come and give council a review of the Shamrock Marathon and also the economic impact associated with their project, as well as talk about other events and races that they bring forward.
Okay, great. Welcome. The dynamic duo.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, first, thank you all for taking the time to hear us, and more importantly, thanks for everything y'all do for our city. Amy and I have called Virginia Beach home for over 30 years, and we live in Ocean Shore, have a office building in Ocean Park, and most of our events are down at the ocean front. So this truly is our home, and I think it has helped us grow our events because of the passion that we have for this city. So I know a lot of y'all are familiar with Shamrock and some of our other events and have even come and welcomed the crowds, but I don't know that all of y'all really know the backstory behind it. So just real briefly, Amy and I took over the Shamrock Marathon in 2003, and at the time it was a fun kind of local regional race. Amy and I owned a running triathlon store where we fell in love with fitness and the lifestyle of fitness. And more than just racing, it was camaraderie and community. So the people that started the Shamrock Marathon in 1973, after 30 years, they came and asked us, they said, we don't know anybody that's more passionate about this event, fitness in the city. Would y'all be interested in leading it forward? And again, in there, being a little naive, we were like, how hard can that be? Sure, we'll be glad to do that. Right. So we made lots of mistakes. It was right when it used to finish at the pavilion. The pavilion was under construction. So for 3 years, we had 3 different start lines, 3 different finish lines. But I think that what always drove us was we firmly believe people need to come to Virginia Beach in March and run this course. So it really started growing. At the time, even with Nancy Hellman and Buddy Wheeler and Jim Ricketts at the time, saw that people were coming. The demographics for runners are great. I think it was a time when the shoulder season wasn't as big as it is now. And we're saying, what else can we do to bring people in the shoulder season? We really, and again, Amy's kind of the brains behind the marketing. And instead, we took it away from racing. Racing for non-runners, it's kind of intimidating, where we really promoted community and lifestyle and celebration. And I think kind of our mantra is running in community, running and celebrating, running in accomplishments, that we really opened it up to everybody, and we saw that the races really started growing. We added a race in 2009 over Halloween, which is another one when working with CVB, we're saying, what else can you do? Amy said, let's do a Halloween race and have people wear costumes. And at the time I said, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Nobody's gonna do that. And now it's the second largest event, and 7,000 people come from all over to dress up. But it's not a race. It's more of a moving costume party. 2010, we did Surfing Santa, where we even, again, she was like, let's give them Santa suits. And if y'all didn't know, there actually is a Guinness Book of World Records for most people that run in a 5-piece Santa suit. So we pushed to that, and in 2016, we set the Guinness Book of World Record with 4,996 runners. We beat an old race in Dublin. Since then, we have added a race over Labor Day. During COVID, we did put on a trail race in First Landing State Park. We have 3 smaller races in Norfolk and 1 in Hampton. So what started as a kind of how hard can this be, it's really turned into something that we love what we do and we love where we do it.
This is our numbers, and these are just our Virginia Beach numbers. Shamrock in 2024 had 21,954 registrations. Wicked, we had 5,139. Surf and Santa, 3,789. The 10 miler in its first year, we had 3,644. This will be the second year, and our numbers are way higher than that, so we're excited. And then our trail race, we get about 316 people in First Landing State Park. The Shamrock, we took it over in 2000, like Jerry said, 2003. Wicked, we started in 2009. Surf and Santa, 2010. And then the 10 miler, 2023, and the trail race, 2021. And as you can see, Shamrock is our largest of all of them. We had talked to our registration company this morning just about retention rates. And for Shamrock alone, our retention rate is about 48%, which is huge compared to the running industry, which is around low 32%. So we're super excited about that. So people do come year after year to do Shamrock. And these are our numbers over the years for Shamrock. When we started it, again, it had 3,500 participants. It was pretty regional. And then Jerry and I took it over. We hit the ground running, literally, with promoting the race. In 2006, we added a half marathon. You can see the spike. It went over 20,000 with that. In 2011, we added the Final Mile program, which, if you don't know what that program is, it is a race that is for elementary school kids, and it is over Shamrock Weekend. It's on Saturday, and this year we had 4,500 participants. We are actually the second largest mile in the country, behind the Fifth Avenue, New York City 1 mile race, so that's pretty amazing. In 2016 is where our numbers peaked up to 24,000, and then COVID is where the dip is, and then we did a hybrid year. In 2022 was our 50th year, so it was the 50th celebration of Shamrock, and our numbers have stayed above 20,000. So I think that's the biggest thing about this graph is after we added the half marathon in 2006, our numbers, other than the COVID year, have been over 20,000. And we have a little video to show you, just in case you have not participated or seen it.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's some bagpipes playing.
This video is from this year's.
And I really think you can see on this video where when we say it's more of an event than a race, you don't see many Olympians there. There are more people that are celebrating life with their friends and enjoying a good time. And that's really our push, is anybody can walk. And it's goal setting, and it's doing it with family, it's doing it with friends. And so that's really, I think, what our push was. And then just really to touch base, I think the retention rate that we're very proud of, our running industry, it's called Running USA, and we did a panel on how our retention rate is so high compared with the rest of the events. And again, we really felt that it's our involvement with the cities, all the departments we work so close with. They're our partners. I think it's the communities. We get involved with all the civic leagues that we run by. And not only if we're blocking their streets do we inconvenience them, but they come out and cheer. And all of that helps our events be better. Runners World one time called Shamrock a world-class race with a hometown feel. And where everybody was telling us is, wow, y'all got called a world-class race. We were more proud of the hometown feel because that's us. And I think that why our retention rate is so high is our community, our volunteers, everybody cares. Everybody cares about the participants and the city of Virginia Beach, and it's a different feel. I know some of y'all have been down there, and it's a feel. I mean, it's just energy. And Shamrock March this year, we were blessed with beautiful weather. 17 and 18, we had wind, rain, sleet. I'm not sure tornado. I mean, it was the worst weather, but runners still come, and they had a blast. I think it takes everybody to build this community feel or hometown feel that we're very proud of. So some fun facts, 160,000 miles, all 50 states are, and they're always represented, 16 different countries. We had an 89-year-old as the oldest, and then the youngest participant was 9 months. We have a leprechaun dash, which is 26.2 yards. That's adorable. 1,500 community volunteers. Again, that's the lifeblood. That's what makes our events better or special than other events, is their school clubs, school teams, nonprofits, everybody coming together with the same goal. 262 kegs of Yingling at the after parties, 16,000 Uncrustables when they finish, and we even had one marriage proposal at the start this year. And she said yes.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
These are our top 10 states that travel for the race. We had 13,300 coastal Virginians, so that's the 7 cities, which a lot of those come and spend the entire weekend down at the oceanfront. And these are just participant numbers, not the 2.5 family members that they bring with us. Not sure how we get the 0.5, but and then we had 9,021 out of the 7 cities come to visit. 54% female participants and 46% male participants. And now to the economic impact. You all have a copy of the entire economic impact in your packets. This year, our total economic impact was $22,163,000. We have had, this is our 5th economic impact that we've had since 2013. And it has been traditionally above that $20 million. The direct spending was $13 million, the indirect spending $9 million, the taxes and fees generated was $819,000, and we had 14,729 hotel room nights. This is all prepared by Scott Minto. He is the Director of Sports and MBA program at San Diego State University. This is how we're involved in the community. We have J&A Racing Foundation, which is a part of our company. This year we've donated and raised $75,000 that the majority of the money is local, that we keep it local and are donated local. $8,500 was donated to Team RWB, $7,700 to Operation Smile. This year we had 820 students that received a scholarship through our Starting Strides program. And that program, we have 16 schools, the majority, they are all Title I schools, where we gave 50 kids at each of those schools free pair of shoes, free transportation to the oceanfront, and then also free entries. So they were all able to participate with their schools.
Well, and how that program started it was when youth obesity was kind of a buzzword, 2010, 11, and it just frustrated us. So we went to all the principals and said, we just need to get them moving. This isn't teaching them to be track stars. They just got to move. And instead of, we don't do awards for fastest, we do awards for the school that has the biggest participation. So Shy Johnny in the corner, it counts just as much as Fast Jenny in the up front. And it's building the school spirit. We do laugh that the start of the final mile, if you've never been, it's one of the most exciting starts of any event that Virginia Beach has. These 5,000 kids are screaming, excited. The finish of it is their least favorite part of the weekend because we have to reunite 5,000 kids with their parents who don't read their emails about where they're supposed to get them. But as this was growing, we noticed that some schools weren't participating. So we reached out to them, and there is a $20 entry fee. And we learned about Title I schools, and I just said they just can't do it. So we started with the idea we'll give 2 schools entries in transportation, and then next year do 2 more, yada, yada, yada. Well, that first year, those 2 schools, it was the day of their life. They'd never been to the ocean front. They can't wait to do it next year. So we couldn't tell them they can't do it. So it went from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16. And as a group, we go and walk with them and run with them. And it's amazing. During one of these, their shoes, they're their sister's shoes or their brother's shoes. They don't fit. And they love running and they're so excited. So Amy was like, we got to get them shoes. So we started 5 years ago giving the shoes, a properly fitted shoe, running shoe, the transportation, and we start them in the first corral. And it's the best thing we do because it really, to us, we get thanks from principals for thanking us for doing this for them. And I know we really get more out of it than what the kids do, just to see their excitement with these brand new shoes. This is just, again, about the Starting Strides program, $42,000 for shoes, and was raised for that. And again, I think this is what we can do to continue to produce these races. Like everything is gone up. I think sometimes we fall into, quite honestly, we started as a community event that attracts a diverse group. We actively and creatively promote Virginia Beach. That's what we sell, is Virginia Beach. And it's grown into a huge tourism festival even, where everybody thinks of a concert, or this has the kind of impact that a lot of the big concerts and in the middle of the season events have. Again, this is in March, where before this, there wasn't a whole lot going on in March. And now it's green with Shamrock.
So these are some of the things people consider when selecting their next race. Cost, and this is all done through the running industry surveys. Cost, runner swag, location, the course, which we can always brag we have a flat course, the runner experience, reputation, and then the time of year and how it fits in people's schedule.
Well, I think even with this, Amy said we have definitely a flat course. We've got the location where we're proud of how hard we work to put on this event. This event in another city, I don't know, it wouldn't be as popular as we sell. Virginia Beach is an easy sell. We feel very fortunate that we don't talk about the On Your Markets at Go and the start lines here. We talk about Virginia Beach and the finish line on the boardwalk, and then there's a beach party. So we love the swag that we give. Cost, that's it's getting high. We cannot continue to raise entry fees because we're already kind of on the high end of it. We feel that we can warrant that because of the swag, the course, and the location and the experience that they get. Here's some other cities obviously are seeing this. So everybody's putting on runs. They want the runners demographic. These are events that are close to us that are in that same time frame. And that's a lot of runners. And they're making it into festivals like what we've been trying to do for 20 years. But it's real. They're out there. And we need people to continue to come to Virginia Beach and not hit any of these other kind of regional events. And again, so we need your help. We want to continue to offer the world-class race. We can provide the hometown feel, but everything is just, as you know, skyrocketed. We've been very fortunate where CBB from the TAP fund, I believe, has given us $100,000 for Shamrock for out of the area marketing, and close to 100 for the other 3 events for out of the area marketing. We are very limited on continuing to grow the experience. So we put a huge tent on the beach that has gone up from 100,000 to 200,000 just for the tent. Our operating expenses have gone 35, 40%, like everything else. So it's more, we want to continue to bring people here. We'd love to advertise more. And then once we get them here, we want to show them that they don't need to go anywhere else and that they need to come back. One thing we didn't mention is the people that there was 6,900 people that did from out of the area that did 2 events this year. So they came to Shamrock and came back for Wicked, or they came to Wicked and Surf and Sand, or they continue to come back. If we can show them a great time in March, they're going to come back for another event and hopefully again in the season and enjoy the beach. So that's basically our story. If there are any questions about what we've done, what we want to do, or anything, we're here.
Yeah, let me just say that, having participated with you has been a remarkable experience. Worth and I were present last year at the start of, getting things rolling. But there were 2 things that were truly amazing to me. Was the organization was phenomenal, the way it was choreographed and the way that, the coordination with our police and, just the city in general was phenomenal. But the other thing, and, Worth and I talked about it that day, that, the electricity that was in the air, the positiveness and everything. And, I guess my claim to fame, but which is not really a claim to fame, I ran 4 marathons in my life, and I am proof that somebody has to come in very close to last. And as a matter of fact, by the time I finished, I think some of the top racers were back in their home country and state, by the time. And but the thing is, it was a fun event. I ran an event out in Maui, and being part of it. I did the Jersey Waterfront Marathon, and but finished in about 6 hours. Okay, but we finished somehow.
Yep.
But the thing is, I think when we look at the magnitude that this have, and forgive me for making this stretch, but when you talk about the Neptune Festival and something like this, these are icons that we have here. Do you have a particular ask at this point, or any kind of proposal?
For today, I know y'all get asked from everybody. I think we would just ask to compare what we do in the off season, where I think all of our events aren't during that summer season when the hoteliers are full. We need we need a lot, but we want to be partners or continue being good partners because we love all the events. I think all the events help elevate the image of Virginia Beach. If council would want us to itemize, we'd be glad to do that. But at this point, it's more, we just wanted to bring aware of what we do.
Okay, Rosemary, and then Amelia.
Well, just want to say, Shamrock Marathon is synonymous with Virginia Beach. Y'all are part of, you've been doing this for all of our memories to be able to do this, and you're very special, and you have grown it to phenomenal, unbelievable what you've done. And I live right on the boardwalk, so I get to see the running costume party and the surfing Santa, and then the Santa pub crawl afterwards. And it's just unbelievable what you do. It makes it very, very exciting, and it really keeps the oceanfront hopping during some of those colder days when people are not going to be sitting on the beach. So what you do is amazing, and we really appreciate it. And you're a huge part of what makes our city great.
Thank you.
Good, Amelia and Josh.
I want to thank you for this presentation. What I enjoyed was seeing that you give back to the community, including Title I schools, because many of these kids do not get an opportunity for coming out there, from shoes to the cost, and you're opening ways to make that happen. So that's important. I wanted to ask, did you bring some people with you?
We would love that.
Did you bring some people here with you? That's the next. I was wondering.
Just us. We have some friends here, but we didn't bring them.
There's one person there.
But to your other point, when we give out the shoes, we'd love y'all to come pick a school. We have a schedule. It's usually towards the end of February, 1st of March. And it really is, I mean, these kids they can't believe they can keep the box even. And again, I know it's a crazy time and we're busy, but it's worth that hour to go and see the excitement in these kids' face. So we'll send out an invitation and give you dates when we do it next year.
Okay, and you heard what the mayor said. What's your ask? Be ready.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Josh.
Mr. Mayor, Jerry, Amy, thank you so much for not just the presentation, but just helping me also, when we met in your office, get to know your story, your passion for the city of Virginia Beach, your commitment to communities. Really proud to have your headquarters in Ocean Park, but you've reached so many different spots in our city. I mean, I went to the trail race that you had in First Landing State Park this past year. I've been to Shamrock. I'm not much of a runner, although I probably need to be a little bit more of one of those. But I just, every event that I've ever attended that you put on, from the volunteers to the participants to the people running security, everybody is just in such high spirits. I really think it's because of the, just the commitment to community and it's just a flat out good time, and you promote our city so very well, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of everybody for all the goodwill that you engender for the city of Virginia Beach.
Thank you.
Worth.
And thank you, Mayor. Thank you all, Frostix, for the presentation. Again, compliment what everyone else is saying. Everything what you're doing, it's authentic to Virginia Beach. It's so good for the brand. What I'm impressed about today is how many local folks are really participating. Having been down there, yes, it's 6:30 in the morning, Halloween and Christmas and March. It's early, but the air is electrified. It's so, the logistics and all the people and the Santa and the Halloween costumes, it's really very, very cool to see so many people celebrating our city. So thank you.
This one, Mr. Dehaney, thank you. perhaps we can get some of the oceanfront events folks maybe together with Kevin or something like that to see if they can, come up with something.
You want me to reach out to them and submit something for us to consider?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think next step forward. What do you think would be appropriate?
I think we can have staff reach out to J&A to get a sense of what the ask could possibly look like. We can bring it forward to council for future consideration.
Okay. Barbara?
Would this be considered a community event, or, I mean, in our new policies?
You haven't adopted that policy, so you don't have any policy, but I think Shamrock is a combination of both, but they do bring in a good amount of people from all 50 states of the U.S., so I think it's more than a community event. I think it's a combination of a homegrown community event, but also a tourism driver as well.
So you might be the first to go through the process.
Yeah.
But you got a
Oh,
good
boy.
history.
Okay. All right, but I'll tell you what, let's get to, let's see if we can get the yes on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for what you folks do. Burger World, okay, what's next?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, we want to give council opportunity to meet our new next cohort of summer internships and give council a quick overview of our summer intern programs.
Welcome.
Oh, that's not that. It's that. That's the wrong one. Shall we change it? That's not the right one.
No, sorry, that's the, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know where it's on the desktop, you have?
Sure.
Okay.
You know where to find it.
Eileen?
They do have Bob's Burgers.
Hit F5. Hit F5. Yep.
I like the burger world. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you for allowing me to have some time or some of your time today to talk to you about our internship and our military transitioning program. My name is Monica Copen, and I'm the Director of HR for Talent Acquisition and Workforce Development. And I am here today to talk to you just for a few minutes about a couple of programs that we at the city are very passionate about. We are grateful for the support and the funding to help us recruit and retain our interns and our military transitioning members. So wanted to just take a couple of seconds to recognize the people that make these programs possible, because we have put into the Workforce by the Numbers a document that you got a few months ago, some numbers behind the internship programs, but I don't know that that really tells the story. So if I could have the talent acquisition team stand up. These are the individuals that are attending all of our, when we have one that's missing, that are attending all of our military events. They're traveling all over the state and North Carolina, really the Mid-Atlantic region, to recruit interns and people that are graduating from college. They're also attending all kinds of military events so that we can help recruit some SkillBridge interns as well as people that are transitioning from the military. So, and without further ado, you guys might have noticed that we do have a few extra people in here, and those are some of our student interns. If I could get them to stand up for a moment, I would appreciate it. These student interns, they're a small portion of the folks that are across the city. Thanks, guys. That are across the city that are, thank you. In various departments, they're coming from all over. You can see we've got some Virginia Tech representation. We've got ODU, George Mason, JMU. We have local universities as like Christopher Newport, Norfolk State. So we are very blessed to have a very good cross-section of students from all over the Mid-Atlantic, like I said. So just a quick overview of our internship program, some of the opportunities in the departments that we have interns this summer or that we're recruiting interns for. They're in human resources, IT, engineering. Those are just a sampling of the departments that have interns this summer, and we are already recruiting for interns this fall as well. And then we also have a SkillBridge internship program. If I could get, I think we have 2 SkillBridge interns here today. If you guys could stand up. Maybe one, sorry. Thank you, Steve. we have a skill bridge program, and Steve's actually in HR, so he's extra special to me. But they across the city right now I believe we have 3 on staff. We have 3 coming on in September, and we've had at least 6 in the city most recently, and then about 2 or 3 last year. So, and those are some of the skill bridge internship opportunities that we've had or that we're currently engaged in. So why does the city value interns? And that includes the skill bridge interns, because we think that the internship programs establish relationships with the colleges and the universities, and it establishes some visibility with the students and with this transitioning military individuals. We want people to understand and know that the city of Virginia Beach is an employer of choice, that we have a lot of opportunities here, and we want people to be exposed to the broad array of occupations that we offer here at the city. So we do offer these programs to build our candidate pipelines, not just for now, but also for in the future. We know that with an internship, we may have some exposure now, and that individual may not graduate from college and come straight to the city, but they may think 5 years from now, hey, I had a positive experience with the city of Virginia Beach, and that might be something that I'm at a time in my point in my career and my life that I want to pursue. So we also like to have student interns and transitioning people come in because they bring a fresh perspective to the city. Sometimes they're doing projects or they're utilizing software or technology that in their particular field of study that maybe we don't have or we haven't been exposed to. Or they're just have participated in projects, then they have a fresh perspective that'll allow us to look at things a little bit different, which is really important within the organization. And it gives us an opportunity to help them develop their skill sets too, because we also utilize technology and have projects that maybe they haven't been exposed to. So we like to promote our internship programs, and then after they graduate, we also like to have mentorship opportunities across the city too, so that when people enter the organization on a full-time basis, that they have an opportunity for someone to kind of lead them and guide them through their career at the city. So, and I will just leave you guys with some intern testimonials because we really like to hear nice things about the program. And some of the things that have particularly resonated with me is that we've had interns that have said it's been really rewarding to see the tangible results of their projects and the positive difference they make in people's lives. We find that people that are attracted to public sector typically do have a desire to make an impact on their community and in other people's lives. And we also like to hear that it has strengthened their resolve to pursue a career in public service. That was one of the comments that we received. We've got some feedback about how their courses also tied into what they were working on. So I'm not going to read those to you because they're kind of long, but you do have a copy of those. And if you have any questions, I will definitely take them now. And we also have an ice cream social coming up after this. You guys are welcome. You know, if you want to take a break from, yeah, right after this. Banana splits. You're welcome.
Amelia?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you again for this presentation. What grabbed me was the pipeline. Talk a little bit more about that for me.
So we stay in touch with students. So, you know, we would love to provide an opportunity for every student that solicited an internship. But we may get 400 students that apply. So what we do is we take down their information and then we maintain it in a spreadsheet or a database. And as opportunities come along, we keep that information handy so that we can call them back. So if we don't have a biology internship right now, but we know that we're going to have one in the fall, and we go through and we see which students have either indicated an interest or they have a degree that's relevant, we would reach out to them and say, hey, we have this upcoming internship or we have these upcoming opportunities available to you.
Thank you. This is great.
Yeah, wonderful.
Okay, anybody else at this point?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Tell you what, that I think is a great program, and it shows a connection between the city and reaching out. You know, especially the skill bridge. You know, we have a marvelous group of veterans ready to get it. You know, leave, and we want you to stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, Kevin Chatelier, the budget director, is going to start to talk to you about some things that we need from you for the next budget process. We need to get a general sense of guidance from council as it relates to how would you like us to handle the school funding formula. So Kevin's going to give a brief overview of the school funding formula and also seek guidance as it relates to extension or working with the schools to make any changes necessary.
Hey, welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, it should be working. All right. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So as the city manager just made note, the purpose of this briefing or presentation to be provided is to seek some additional input, feedback from city council and directions to move forward or a pathway to move forward with the future of the revenue sharing formula that the city has with schools. If city council recalls, I provided a similar briefing back last fall whenever it was the funding formula was set to come to an end on June 30th, 2024. City council made a decision, adopted a resolution to extend it an additional year. So it is set to expire now June 30th, 2025, just prior to the FY26 budget being in place. And the school board passed a similar resolution in agreement with that. So the briefing I'm going to talk about today is just going to be a little quicker version of the last briefing I provided to City Council. A quick high level, looking at the relationship between city and schools and how much of that's defined by state code. Quick historical overview of the revenue sharing formula and when it was first established. The existing formula and the components that are within that. Quick comparison of some other surrounding localities and entities within the state that utilize a funding formula agreement with their school board. And then ultimately save some time to seek that direction and conversation from City Council. So as I previously mentioned, much of the city and school relationship is outlined and defined by state code. So school boards may be appointed or elected. Virginia Beach School Board has been elected since 1994. Although they can be elected, the states identify that the taxing authorities to remain with the governing body, in this case, City Council. The state has a minimum requirement that each locality is to provide its local school district, referred to often as the minimum standard of quality or SOQ local match requirement, to ensure that the funds that are sent over to schools are used properly, even though the city manager and city council don't necessarily have control. That once they've been provided to schools, the state does have provisions that prevent schools from exceeding the allocation of funding provided to them. Also worth noting is there's a state provision that allows funding to be provided to schools in one or two ways, either a lump sum allocation or through an appropriation to 9 major categories or classifications. The schools by state code are not permitted to retain a fund balance. So city councils likely familiar with this process. Newer members will be becoming familiar with it, and older council members are certainly familiar with it. It's typically referred to as a reversion process. So at the end of the year, schools, there's a formal process in which schools will ask for a reappropriation of unexpended or over-realized revenues from the previous fiscal year. And that's something city council takes up. And if it's to be returned or provided to schools, it's reappropriated the following year. Once the funds are provided, city council does not have the ability to dictate or determine what school policy is to be or how the funds are to be utilized. And then obviously something we're all familiar with because we just went through is the budget adoption date itself of May 15th is actually established in state code, and that's surrounding the timeline in which schools are to have a budget in place. So previous slide I mentioned that school board's been elected since 1994. After a few short years of becoming an elected body of, to my understanding, very intense budget battles, the city council and school board agreed to resolve the issue by establishing a revenue sharing formula. So that went in place in 1997-98. And the intent of that was to establish a more consistent, reliable revenue source for schools and city for their future planning purposes that could be utilized to support both their operations and their capital needs. The funding formula stayed in place for several years. In wake of the Great Recession in 2010, City Council gave direction it was time to revisit the funding formula because they were concerned it wasn't keeping up with the economic needs and realities of the time. So we went a couple of processes without having a funding formula in place. And the 12-13 budget's a good example of that, in which the school's budget was established based on a needs basis. That year, City Council, at the request of schools, increased the real estate tax rate for additional additional local support, equivalent to 4 cents on the real estate tax rate. And that was to help offset reductions that had been made at the state level. A couple years later, City Council got back into the process, gave direction to revisit and revise and establish a revenue sharing formula. So of note is in FY 13-14, a new formula was developed, and a couple of key components of that was a requirement to have a review or extend date, which is the purpose of the presentation today. That component still resides within the current formula as is. Another component of that was to take into account the SOQ, or the minimum state funding requirement, minimum local funding requirement as established by the state. In FY 19-20, the funding formula again went through a revision, and a big change that occurred at that point in time was the removal of the SOQ component of it. It was a good concept, but what it ultimately ended up doing was counterintuitive to the whole purpose of the school funding formula. The state SOQs are re-benchmark calculation that happens every couple of years, and it was creating a great deal of uncertainty and unpredictability. Just use this recent process. For example, the state adopted a budget after the city adopted a budget. So that's a big component of the calculation, and without that being a known, there was always a big what if in terms of the school's adopted budget. And then last year, at the direction of City Council, the funding formula was extended again a year, and the current sunset or current to be reviewed or extended by date is June 30th, 2025. So looking at the current revenue sharing formula, several components in it that were of the original intent of the initial funding formula put in place, and that local funds that are provided to schools. They are provided in a lump sum allocation to schools in the current formula, but it's to provide flexibility for schools to be able to utilize in their future resource planning needs and establishment of priorities, whether it be operating or CIP needs. There's a provision within the funding formula of a formal process that's to be outlined, in which if schools would like or to receive or needs additional resources above the amount to be allocated through the formula, there's a process there to go through in terms of formal written request being provided to City Council with an identified request of a tax adjustment to support that. Also consistent is that over time, to provide the level of continuity and funding and stability, we found it best to tag or utilize the largest revenue sources within the general fund to share equally with schools, being real estate, personal property, general sales. Tying the formula to those provides a little bit more stability in the year-over-year change in those revenue streams. Looking at the numbers, the current formula splits the revenues with 46.75% of various revenues being received by schools, with the remaining 53.25% being retained within the city general fund. And then I previously made note of this, the current formula includes a reversion of policy that schools typically follow requesting funds. This is the format that the City Council and public are generally used to seeing the revenue sharing formula. This is how the actual calculation takes place and is reflected in the operating budget document, but it's really just a piece of the overall operating budget. So to help provide some additional context, what I've had staff do is develop a table looking at the city's general fund and the school's operating fund, and a breakdown of revenues that balance those funds and the operational use of them. So kind of following left to right, the first column represents a source of funding at the top of the page or top of the slide. You can see with the state revenue being an example, the city's FY25 general fund operating budgets balance on an estimation of $134.7 million, which is about 14% of the total net general fund operational revenue of $949 million. Schools, the adopted budget as recently approved is $455.9 million in estimated state revenue, which represents about 46% of their operations. The other revenue, next one down being federal, you can see it represents $25 million of the general fund's estimated FY25 revenues, or 3%, and for schools, $14.7 million, or 1%. And it's really that third one I'm trying to get to there, the revenue sharing formula. So that's all the various revenues that were provided on the previous slide. You can see that the city's FY25 operating budget utilizes $635 million of those within the general fund, and the school's funding formula number of $526 million represents 53% of their overall operational revenue. The bottom portion of this slide provides a high-level roll-up of operational uses or expenditures, and again, just rolled up at a high level to avoid number overload here. Working left to right for operations, you can see that the city's use for operations in the general fund is about $853 million, and 90% of the resources allocated. For schools, it's $948 million, or about 95%. And the next two rows down represent contributions to either the current CIP, future CIP, or to pay for debt for previously issued bonds to support the schools and city CIP. So in FY25, the debt service for the general funds, $63.1 million, representing about 7% of the budget. And for schools, it's $50.1 million, or about 5%. And then that last one there, PAYGO. So that's PAYGO contribution to the CIP is like a cash contribution to support appropriations to the CIP from the current year's estimated revenues. The 25 operating budget for the general fund is supporting the CIP with a transfer of about $32.9 million, and schools are utilizing $3 million of their revenue sources to support their CIP. After 25 years use of the revenue sharing formula, it's easy to quickly identify several benefits and challenges. On the benefit side, it certainly provides flexibility in terms of or sustainability and a good resource planning tool for both city and schools, and some consistency in that as to what could be projected in future years' needs. It does provide flexibility for schools in terms of establishing the priorities and making a decision and balancing their capital and operational needs, as well as the city. One thing in trying to benchmark with other localities, a good thing the revenue sharing formula does is makes it very transparent in terms of what the local locality's contribution is to the schools. Reduces budget friction and budget battles that have occurred in years in which the funding formula has not been in place. And it allows the city and schools both to share equally in economic growth and when there's been downturns in the economy. Some challenges that have been experienced over the years, even though it provides flexibility of the allocation and use for schools and the city and the resource planning needs, it does prevent or create some limited flexibility whenever unforeseen events arise. So, for example, in trying to balance the needs and the demands of the public who might be asking for a tax reduction, it makes it very difficult to take that into consideration without impacting the other body. The funding formula also does not take into account changes in increase or decreases in state and federal revenue. And the calculation doesn't take into account demand for service changes. So, for example, the student enrollment or mandated services that are required by state or federal governments that schools have to pick up without additional resources being allocated to them. I know it's smaller and seeing it on the screen than it is whenever I print the slide, but this is the information that was provided as a quick comparison benchmark about a year ago. So it's the same information. We haven't updated this based on the recent budget adoption, but this is just showing other localities that utilize a revenue sharing formula and the components that are included within their existing formulas. So the localities and the counties, Virginia Beach, Hampton, Chesapeake, Norfolk, Roanoke City, a couple of counties, Prince George County, Roanoke County, and Arlington County. You can see that orientation row represents the year they first established a revenue sharing formula. And then the components that are included in there are indicated if there's a checkbox if they do have it. So it's pretty consistent that they include local tax revenues within that funding formula. They control and don't include dedicated revenue streams within the sharing formula. The support that's provided to schools in terms of their capital maintenance needs and capital project needs are included within that calculation. There's a little asterisk there because it does make it somewhat difficult and challenging in looking at some of these localities and figuring out what the split is between the capital and operational needs, but it's out there. The funding formula identifies a formal reversion process, which is included, as well as a process to request additional funding. Again, Virginia Beach isn't unique. It's a statewide thing, and where the board and the governing body has the taxing authority, even though the school board might be elected and have their own constituents as well. So it certainly makes sense it's in there. One thing that's pretty consistent that is not included are only a couple of localities appear to take into account the average daily membership or student enrollment or population ratios, and those are counties, Prince George and Roanoke County. A couple of organizations or localities indicated that they revisit the formula once state funding is known, and should the schools receive more or less state and federal revenue from what was previously adopted or thought to be adopted, and they'll revisit that after the budget adoption. And then the bottom row there just represents each of those funding formula calculations that exceed the state minimum SOQ requirement of each locality. So in the instance of Virginia Beach, the funding formula provides $526 million to school, which is about $306 million more than the minimum amount required by the state SOQ requirement. So with all that being said, the conversation and direction we would like to receive from City Council is a path to move forward in whether to reach out to school staff and begin working on revising the revenue sharing formula policy, or reach out to school staff to see if there's interest in potentially extending it for another year.
And Mr. Mayor, the reason why we're bringing this now is generally, if this is something that council wants us to do, we anticipate that you all probably going to need some time to talk to schools as a body together. So if it's something that council is interested in making any changes on, we need to kind of have a general sense of guidance so we can work with schools administration to possibly get alignment on when it would be good for the school board to probably, and this council to get together for discussion, or council may decide they want liaisons or something to that effect.
Yeah.
So changing it and looking at it could be two different things.
That's correct.
I think we're supposed to look at it every 2 years.
Yes, and with this one, because last year we did a 1-year extension.
No, I understand, we did the extension on it, but we need to revisit it so we can look at it to make sure, how the revenues, if the current one works, and composite index, has that changed? I don't know, do you have any idea, Kevin? Composite index?
I know the state just went through revisiting that, but in terms of what it changed and the impact that had on how the schools' revenue streams from the state were impacted, I'm not familiar with that yet.
So I think we just need to look at all of the variables and see what's what, and we may decide it's a joint decision. We may decide it's working just fine, but it needs. I think we need to do our job and look at it. We are one of the first cities in the state, as far as I know, who went to the formula, and then other cities says, oh, that's a pretty good idea. Maybe we should do it too, because it's worked so well in Virginia Beach. Because Barbara can tell you at times it was like World War III.
It was awful.
It was awful. She just said it in 3 words. It was awful. And the formula really helped bring the tenor down and just make it so that everybody kind of knew what to expect, and the reliability of it. So the formula, it's a good thing, and maybe there's some things that, that like the SOQs we're not looking at anymore, but maybe we need to look at the composite index and some of the other things, and make sure that we're looking at it. You know, it's very important. Our schools are really important to us, and people come here for good schools and not good roads, is what Dr. Brickle used to always say. And so I think it needs to be looked at. Usually, it's the mayor and the vice mayor and the chair and the vice chair who have done it in the past, but, you know, the past doesn't always have to be what we do moving forward. Looking at that, I was on the school board when we first started it. But it's worked really well. And I think you need to look at the reversion funds, and, you know, there's a whole lot of variables that need to be thought out. And I think this year, too, the schools, the new state budget, got an additional $16 million. So I guess we have to appropriate that money.
Yes. So I think the school board, Vice Mayor, the school board took action on it at their last meeting, and then schools is going to come and brief council on their request next week.
Fantastic. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
You know, before we go, you know, just a thought, you know, with that parlaying what Rosemary said about, you know, usually historically the mayor and vice mayor, but, you know, once again, you know, there's been some discussion about us meeting with the school board on a more frequent basis, you know, versus, you know, once a year and that type of thing. I guess to concurrently, you know, talk about what, you know, the climates are, what's going on, you know, what are, you know, the long-term plans. You know, you got the decreasing enrollment, but then you have, you know, other, you know, CIP demands and everything. If it wouldn't be more prudent, you know, to have a meeting with them, you know, so this way every council person and every school board member, and then also, you know, perhaps even before the legislature goes in, to have a joint, you know, meeting with the legislators. So, you know, the true needs can be passed on. You know, what's the thoughts there? But, you know, well, that was my thought. And Worth, and then Josh.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you, Mr. Shadlight, for the presentation. Can you go back to just a couple of questions? City General Fund net, BBC, yes. Why is the distinction between the state of the very first row, 134 million, and why the distinction? Wouldn't it all go to schools if it's coming from the state?
So the city's budget is the first column. So, and then the schools being the second column. So there's actually a school operational fund, the 115 fund. So the city's allocation to schools goes over through a transfer, but state revenue received by schools is appropriated directly to that fund, not to the general fund. So that's actually a true reflection of the school's operating fund estimated revenue to be received.
Just a couple more questions. So according to this, 46% of the school's budget is funded by the state, by the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so we, therefore, are the 54%.
Correct.
So the next question, I guess, is the next slide or 2 slides later. All the revenues, that's all revenues collected by the city of Virginia Beach. That's not a certain.
That is all general fund estimated revenues, and it says net because it's just controlling for that transfer that goes to the school. So basically, it's just splitting those revenues. But yes, that's all the other revenue sources, interest income, and other revenues that are outside of the revenue sharing formula.
Okay, Josh.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question on the slide that looks across different localities. I was just wondering what it looks like Hampton and Norfolk are having some sort of conversation or revisiting whether or not adjustments are made for state, federal, or other funding. Can we get maybe a handle on what it is they're looking at?
I don't know if it's a formal process. So Norfolk is one of the more recent localities to go to a revenue sharing formula. So I think theirs is more of an informal process after, but I can absolutely reach out and get a sense of, do they have a formal process that they follow when reviewing that, or how does that work?
So, and I'm just kind of trying to understand a little bit better. Would this account for example, situations where say, schools gets some sort of mid-year funding from some outside source, and then some discussion about maybe a true-up, or for the converse, if they get less funding than anticipated, then there would be a discussion there for a true-up.
That could absolutely be what takes place. I'll reach out to them again and figure out the timing of that and how's that work in the overall sequence of their operating budget.
And just for my own information, I know you had said that, and I know we've at least recently historically funded schools in lump sum. Was there ever a point in time where we funded by categories?
Yes, prior to fiscal year 2016-17, it was by category. It was during that year that the switch was made to lump sum appropriation.
I'd be interested in just kind of, and I'm sure there was a lot of work done and analysis given, but just not to reinvent the wheel, but if there was any analysis done that might be available to read, that would help me better understand that. I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we got the brief, Barbara.
As I recall, the revenue sharing formula allows either body to raise taxes for a specific thing that they need by calling for it. And I don't recall that the schools have ever raised that, but some of the taxes that the city has imposed, such as the bond referendum issue, that would go, that real estate amount goes totally to the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how many of the real estate rate, how much has been allocated specifically to the city, how much specifically to the schools, and then what part is shared according to the formula?
I can get a breakdown of that for you, Councilmember Henley. It'll be the various allocations and dedications that go to other funds, and we can control for that easily. And I can then get a residual amount that the general fund retains and then splits out, and I can provide you a breakdown of all that.
And then Councilmember Henley, to clarify too, I think the school funding formula sets out that if the schools feel like they need additional revenue, they need to pass a resolution. The school board would have to pass a resolution requesting that city council raise the taxes. Okay. Mark, anything?
But I don't believe they've ever done that. Is that correct?
I think they may have one time.
They did do that?
Before, yeah, you want to speak up? Keep
Full,
the microphone.
full day kindergarten is what Dana had said.
Yep. Mhm.
But we found out that we didn't need to raise taxes. We could afford it without raising taxes.
The second year, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is specific to Virginia, but when I look at, for instance, like Hampton, I believe they just adopted a $643 million budget. So is there any way, I think we're the 42nd largest city. Can you provide some examples within our mid-Atlantic of cities actually our size, comparable? Because I mean, Hampton's, our school board budget exceeds Hampton's total budget by almost $350 million. So I'd like to see apples to apples. I know it's, but because based on the JLARC study, they did bring in other states to show that Virginia was lagging in terms of the balance between state and local contributions.
I can absolutely do that. The challenge in going outside of Virginia will be the hurdles of we're a Dillon rule state, and so we're bound by certain state laws that other states and localities within those states might not have to navigate. But we can certainly look for it, and I can even look in the northern Virginia area for some other larger localities to benchmark with.
And Mr. Taylor, just to clarify, Councilmember Taylor, are you looking for a sense of what their budgets are, like the schools' budgets in cities of similar size of Virginia Beach?
Yes.
Okay.
As it relates to, I guess, the funding, because if you look at like Raleigh, their flat rate is like 46 cents, but they don't fund the schools. It's a separate.
Got it. So do you want to get a sense of, are there independent taxing authority or just the budget size or both? Independent? Okay, got it.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we got the presentation from schools next week, and then maybe we can consider about a joint meeting potentially.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing is Council it's not saying do a straight extension at current policy right now, but basically look into it for consideration of possible conversations, right? But you all gave us some homework of some things you want us to look at as well, right? Are you also, should we talk up to the schools about possibly that the council may be interested in considering changes and what changes they may want? Or is it just for us to do some homework and bring back some information to you all for a future conversation?
I think that, do the homework first and at least have something, to talk about. That might be the best path.
And if-
Barbara, did you have something?
I was just saying, I certainly hope we're not thinking about not having the formula. A formula. I mean, this one may need some adjustments somewhere that I'm not aware of right now, but I certainly think we want formula because it's just, without it, it's chaos.
Okay, Jen?
I'd be interested if they are thinking about making any changes, what they are, so we have heads up about it. So if there's any kind of thought about doing something different, I'd like to know sooner than later so we can factor that into our
Yeah, I think
consideration.
that's why next week's meeting, at least we'll know, what's on the table. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, at a previous city council meeting, several members of council asked to get a general sense of what the city staff is doing as it relates to youth violence, youth mental health, and different initiatives to outreach and work with youth. So we asked several city departments to come forward and bring forward a brief presentation. They're informational on several topics. One will be from the Human Services Department, followed by the Police Department, and also we hope to give council an update on the first Parks After Dark on Williams Farm Road to give you an assessment of what happened at that first inaugural Parks After Dark.
Okay, thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and City Attorney. I'm Eileen Smith with the Department of Human Services, and today I have with me Mr. Jim Thornton, who is over all of our behavioral health services for youth, and he's going to say a few words at the end about partnerships. Angie Hicks is also here. She's our Behavioral Health Developmental Services Deputy Director, and of course, we have the wonderful Cindy with us as well. Okay, so we titled this program or this presentation, Behavioral Health Services for Youth, although in your agenda it says Rapid Response Program. We're going to talk about that a little bit within this presentation, but it's just a part of the presentation. So today, this first slide is telling you a little bit or showing you a little bit about the continuum of services that we have available in our office space and also our community settings. We serve approximately 400 youth monthly. We have 36 clinicians underneath Jim's program. We specialize in serving youth who have a history of trauma, and our youth often have a severe or chronic behavioral health need. Some of the most common behavioral health conditions that we treat are depression, anxiety disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. This slide here is just a composite of everything that I'm going to talk to you about today. So our clinic and community-based services, we're going to talk about same-day access, which is just our clinical assessment for anyone who wants to come in and get an assessment on that same day, psychiatric evaluation and medication management, outpatient therapy, case management, and crisis stabilization. We have some school-based services, such as our rapid response program that's in the elementary schools, clinical assessments, and outpatient therapy that we're starting at the Renaissance Academy. Prevention services are actually under our adult side. However, they do services for youth as well. So I'm going to talk to you today about the Substance Abuse Intervention Program, which is called SAPE, and some community education that we also do. So first, let's talk about the school-based services and the rapid response program. We started this program in February of 2023, and how it works is elementary schools identify and refer the youth to us. They work with the family on these referrals. The Child and Youth Behavioral Health Program provides on-site behavioral health screening, treatment recommendations, consultation, and referral for the students. Referral into our services, or it may be an outside service or a private provider. We have seen 145 youth that have been referred from about 42 of the 55 elementary schools. And in May of 2024, we expanded to include youth who are aged 3 to 5 in the preschool assessment center. The youth under the age of 7 can be also referred into our Parent-Child Interaction Therapy, PCIT. A couple of our council members came and visited us, and they saw that program, or where we have that program. In the Preschool Assessment Center, just another touch on that, they do screening, testing, and planning for children who may have a disability or need our services. Okay, so the next slide is about our outpatient services. We are really excited to start some outpatient services in the high school and provide clinicians in the high school. And we're going to start with the Renaissance Academy. In the high schools, for any of you who are familiar with the school setup, a lot of the counselors that they have in the high schools do more of the career counseling, vocational, getting people ready to go on to that next part of their life or the next move that they're making in their career. But we're going to be doing the outpatient therapy there. So we're going to hire, or actually, I'm really happy to hear that we hired one already of our licensed clinicians who's going to provide the therapy services on site there at the Renaissance. We're also going to focus there on skill building, substance use treatment, solution-focused intervention. All right. Our next slide for you today is about the 988 program. When I came to you earlier this year and did the more global overview of mental health, we did talk a little bit about youth services, and we also talked about this program, this 988 program. It's a national call line where calls are routed based on the area code. So in this hub or in this region, Western Tidewater is responsible for doing the contract with the actual provider. And that provider takes all the calls in this area and then distributes to whether it's a private provider or community services board, our child and youth department. In our area code and in the last year, we had 16,656 calls to this 988 and about 1,567 dispatches. So the majority of the calls, thousands of calls, are taken care of via that caller. They're talking them through what do they need. Maybe they need just to talk to someone for a little while, or maybe they need an actual referral, but they don't need somebody necessarily to go out to their house. So it's a very high volume, as you can see. But also there are some dispatches. We have very few youth that actually end up having to have a TDO. I think it was about 36 youth in our city that ended up having to be temporarily detained after a call came in this way and we were involved. Let's see here. I want to talk a little bit to you about mobile crisis response. So our clinicians can be dispatched within 1 hour of a youth being identified by the call center as needing an in-person response. And we provide assessment and safety planning, and it all occurs in the home. And that really helps the family not to have to come out of their home, to have somebody come in, see what's happening there. They may need some other referrals once we get into the home and we see what's going on. We also do crisis stabilization, and that can be offered up to 7 days to provide support in the home and link them to other services. Case management services that we provide to about 265 youth a year is between the ages of 5 and 18. So these children or these youth have usually severe or chronic behavioral health needs. They have a history of psychiatric hospitalization a lot of times, and they are really considered potential placements for outside of the home. So that's why we're pulled in. We try to help them get linked to other services if they need it. And they could be in multiple services or treatments. We want to provide to them not only linkage, but also ongoing assessment, monitoring, education, supportive counseling in the home, or not in the home, but in different natural environments, and advocacy in school meetings, so we can be there with them as their partner. The prevention services, as I mentioned, these services are provided out of the adult side of behavioral health. However, they do serve youth throughout the city. And so let's talk about the SAPE program. The SAPE program is the program where we are actually in the Renaissance Academy, and it is a substance use program where we do a 10-day instructional program for first-time violators of the school board policy related to drug and alcohol use. It's for grades 6 to 12, 10 days, 30 hours, and those days need to be consecutive. We provide a daily group from 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. with the students, and the family or parent does have to come to one mandatory session unless the child is 18. There is a little bit that we also do in elementary schools if we are called upon to do it, if a student has a referral for alcohol or marijuana need, and that's usually just a small group, about 10 students a year. We had 5 referrals from different elementary schools. 5 different elementary schools this year.
Okay, Chris had a question.
Yes, yes, sir.
With the recent activity at some of our schools related to racism and bigotry, have you all deployed this bullying prevention?
Yes, I was going to get to the bullying program. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we, our services in prevention, actually, the funding that we get is usually related to substance use and mental health. But we do bullying activities, we do bullying groups, especially when called upon to come into a location. So we did one in October, which had about 30 students come and their family members. And I believe that was at Lita, actually. Another thing that we've been doing with Parks and Rec is kind of partnering with them on some of this and getting out and doing groups. We don't necessarily go into the school yet to do this. However, we try to find an avenue to get to youth. So they do what's called like a lockdown once a year, where they have about 100 students at Bayside overnight. And that was in December. And our staff went out there and did some bullying education and worked with, Tiffany's gonna come up here in a few minutes, and we were talking about that in the hallway, and just worked with the students to talk about it, and they really had a good response to it. They want to talk about it. It is a very serious issue. The school has a lot of mandates around this, so this is something that Jim is kind of working his way into with our programs as well as with our prevention staff members. Okay. And Parks After Dark. That's another good avenue for us to get to the youth. Okay, so at this point, I'd like for Jim to come up and talk about partnerships that we have and how we work with everyone else who is going to come up here and talk as well together.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk about what we do. As Eileen mentioned, my name is Jim Thornton. I'm the Clinical Services Administrator over the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Division. I've been working here with Virginia Beach since 2012, and I can tell you one of the things that I'm most proud of, and also that continues to be very exciting, is the level of partnerships that we have across the city with other departments, with other entities. And it really, especially since COVID, just has really increased as far as the level of interaction, planning, collaboration that we have. Just to highlight a couple, you guys next are going to be hearing from Lieutenant Loki with the police department, and the amount of collaboration that Child and Youth Behavioral Health has had over the past probably a little over a year with the police department in planning and collaboration and in identifying needs. You guys have probably been briefed, and I know you have, on some of the opioid abatement funds that are available to the city and the planning of using that. There's another fund pot that you'll be hearing about in the next few months, probably from me and Director Smith as well. But part of that collaboration is with the police department, is with the health department, is with Parks and Rec, with the school system, of ways that we can focus more on youth with this particular pot of money as we're going forward. One of the possible programs that we're looking at, that we're tentatively planning on right now, is actually called Law Enforcement Against Drugs, or LEAD. And this is a training program for police officers that can go in and teach this curriculum to the schools, and specifically related to bullying and violence prevention. The LEAD curriculum actually has a whole subsection that is directly tied to that. So it's a really exciting time, and I know Lieutenant Loki and Chief Newdigate will be able to tell you more in about 10 more minutes. If you want to go to the next slide. So there's a lot of different committees and collaborations that we're working on out of Human Services, and specifically with the Child and Youth Department. The schools, you probably are aware, have a mental health task force, have a school safety task force. We have been very active participants, Human Services has, in these different collaborative efforts. The whole rapid response program, the expansion of outpatient into Renaissance is where we're planning on having it start, but that expansion can actually go throughout all the high schools in the city, we hope, in the future. All of those types of things and events have come out of these types of focused planning groups. Again, the majority of them, everything shut down during COVID. A lot of this has been built back just in the last 3 to 4 years. Lieutenant Loki, that picture that you see on the left is actually the Juvenile Justice Committee, led by Lieutenant Loki. This also involves the court services, involves Commonwealth Attorney's Office, and it's just a collaboration of all of the people working with you throughout the city that are able to get together, talk, plan, and partner to see what we can do to continue to assist in prevention type of work and diversion type of work if these kids are being involved in the court system or with law enforcement. The schools are also a part of that. It's a lot of planning, effort, and collaboration. I talked a little bit about the opioid abatement fund, so we're going to focus on with youth. The health department's also a big piece of that. And we're looking to try and help fund some community engagement projects for them through this money. And then, as Eileen also mentioned, there's a lot of regional collaborations that we have. The crisis support, we aren't staffed at this point to personally out of Virginia Beach be able to provide that 24/7, but through our collaborations with our other community service boards in the region, we are able to provide that 24/7 care. So I've been in child mental health for 31 years, and I can unequivocally tell you in other localities that I've worked, I've never seen the level of collaboration that we currently have going on in the city right now. So, any questions?
Any questions at all, Barbara? And then Jen.
Well, with all of this, with the youth, I think you're starting at the right place, and I'm amazed at how young you're beginning to see problems, and that's the way I guess we changed this outcome that, we heard a couple of weeks ago from police chief about the violence, the gun violence and so forth. We wonder, why is it so bad? And thankfully in Virginia Beach, it doesn't seem to be. Every day when you cut on the news in the morning, there was a shooting the night before and it was a youth involved. And it's just, I wonder how in the world it got to be such a problem. But I guess my concern is how are these youth referred to these programs? I mean, do they have a child who has a problem and they don't refer themselves, I'm sure, or their parents, or just how do you identify these people so that they are going to get the help and they just don't fall through the cracks?
So as we mentioned with those collaborations, and one that I forgot to kind of highlight as I was going through, we actually have a really good collaboration with CHKD as well. The council members that came and visited our program a couple of weeks ago, we talked a little bit about how necessary it is to start with those kids at that youngest age possible to be able to catch them and have that intervention. And this therapy is truly life-changing. CHKD is the other big partner in the area that provides this therapy that's specific for kids under 7. We have such a good collaboration. If we have any openings, we can actually call them and they'll send us referrals because their waiting list for this program is really, really long. The level of need for this service is really, really high. And of course, CHKD serves more than just Virginia Beach. The rapid response program in the schools, the entire point of that was we recognize, especially at that young age, the schools are a lot of times the first ones to recognize that this child may have a need that's beyond the normal developmental progression, if you will. So that whole partnership with the rapid response program that was developed jointly with the schools, that was the entire point, was they being the first ones to see the kids, being able to have us help link the families to whatever services they need. Certainly on the high school level, I think your point that you're moving towards is sometimes if we wait too late, it becomes much more difficult to affect a high level of change. But at the same time, we still want to give that opportunity to provide that treatment with the least amount of barriers that we can. So starting in Renaissance, we think, and the schools are in agreement, seems to be the most opportune place for us to try and create some change.
How does a youth know about the suicide crisis hotline?
We
They would have to do the calling out in the city.
Yep.
It's amazing that at that young age they would do that.
So we, as part of that mental health task force, the school's website actually promotes 988 now as well. And almost any community event, anything from the school did a wellness expo to there was a homeschool fair a week or two ago. Any of these events, my staff are going out to with a booth, a table, handing out all the information related to 988 to every family, child that we can interact with in those types of situations. So there's also supposed to be a more statewide and national media push on 988 to try and help increase that awareness. So we're kind of waiting to see what lead the state will take on that information.
It seems to me, in looking at the recent history of all of this, so many of these people who do these things that are just unthinkable tend to have been loners and not involved. And those are the people who I think I worry about dropping through the cracks because nobody is there or they're not that involved with people. So I'm sure you have a way of dealing with that as well.
I would say collectively, all of our efforts are at identifying these kids, keeping that family system supportive and together, and trying to help them so that they aren't ever at that point. So the earlier we can find them and get services started, the better the outcomes always are.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Chris?
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you for this presentation. You kind of helped, at least for the District 8 rep, reframe kind of this discussion around the services you're providing and where you're providing them. And I know Chief Nugent's coming up next. I had asked him to dig a little deeper into because we keep hearing Renaissance, so I specifically asked him what other schools were some of these victims and suspects related, and maybe he'll share that. But I think it's important to understand that the issues you brought up today, for instance, in District 8, we see more depression, ADHD, some suicide, drug overdose, not gun violence. And I think, at least from my seat at the table, I've heard the focus of Parks After Dark is to prevent violence. But I want to be clear, leaving out children that are going through depression, youth, children that are being bullied as early as 2nd and 3rd grade at some District 8 elementary schools, some of the racism things. If we don't also provide community events for them to tap into, it looks like the most success you're having reaching them is at community events. And so if we're only focusing on 2 districts as it relates to this programming, I think we're missing an opportunity. And I know I've heard from some of the less violent districts in terms of gun violence that their youth don't feel that they have anything to do as it relates as from city sponsored. And so even looking at the Parks After Dark cover page, we're from June 8th to August 26th, maybe 8 or 9 weeks. One constituent emailed and said, why do we have to focus all of the 10 weeks in one district? Why couldn't we do a week here or 2 weeks there? And so I just want to thank you for really touching on the other areas our youth are challenged in, and much of it since COVID has been depression, identity, and drug abuse. And if we're not doing anything to bring them out, then we may bring down gun violence, but then we may have more suicides. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor. 3 things. The first, to Councilmember Henley, there are all sorts of theories of crime and deviance, and many of them center around bonds and relationships. So I think for us as a council, we're working it through. But with all of these efforts, it's, the more people are bonded to their community, the less likely they are to hurt it. So that's relationships, that's there's 24 hours in a day. How many hours do you have just to figure out what you want to do? Or are there already constructive activities like before school, after school kinds of things? So I think, you know, always as we're thinking towards the budget and we're thinking about our priorities, that building community bonds should be part of that. And how do we fund these things to make sure younger children and middle school age kids and high school kids feel integrated into our community and become active contributors to it as they get older. I have two questions, maybe a question and a comment about the presentation. I'm trying to visualize the rapid response program. So what does that look like? Do y'all have staff in schools, or is it a certain day a week you're there, or when the school needs you, they call and then you show up? What does it look like?
Sure, thank you. The Rapid Response Program, the schools identify, generally it's an individual elementary school, so it might be the principal, vice principal, guidance counselor, identify that this youth, as far as they are aware, probably isn't receiving any mental health services yet, but they are looking at the child's behavior and seeing that there's probably a level of need there. So they get the parental permission to send a referral to us. They physically send us a referral, and then I have two staff that will respond as soon as we get that consent form signed by the parent to the schools. We provide a fairly thorough screening. We use a lot of standardized assessments that are age appropriate to the youth that's individually being referred. And we write up what, the best way I can say it is like a mini psychological report on what we've seen, what we suggest and think diagnosis may be. And then a very also thorough list of recommendations for treatment, for services, for aid if the family needs it, on how we can also help them get to that service. It's my statement from the beginning of this program has always been, it does nobody any good to just say a child has a problem unless we are getting that child the help that they need. So that's really the focus for us.
Thank you for that. And the final is, I'm looking at the picture, and that's not to say it's representative. It came up at our last conversation when the police chief gave us an update after the Mount Trashmore tragedy. And I know the city council has made effort to include more students in our committee. So I'm looking at the Juvenile Justice Committee and any other kind of committee that involves trying to tackle these issues. I'd love to see student participation. So if it doesn't exist already, then to make room for students and for young folks, especially from to Councilmember Taylor's point, whether it's neighborhoods that experience gun violence or neighborhoods that experience whatever, to have a cross section of all the kinds of challenges kids are facing, that their voices can be part of this attempt to solve these issues.
I think that's an excellent point.
Thank you. Anyone else? Let me just say that, the 757 mayors, we have the Youth Violence Task Force that's been up and running for a couple of years now. And if it were a simple problem, it would have fixed decades, not only decades, but generations ago. This is a very, very tough problem. And we've had a number of recent talks, and not too long ago, the chief administrative officers from the cities got together and put together a fished up diagram. I think you all might be aware of it, but maybe we can send it out again in the Friday package that identifies a number of the sociological factors that go into not only youth violence, but many of the things that, Chris was talking about, that really impact, communities and things of that nature. And, trust me when I say conversations recently with a number of the mayors, it's really hitting home to the whole 757 region, as it is throughout the Commonwealth, as it is throughout our country. But we have to try to do something here. And from what I understand, the chief administrative officers in the region are getting together in July, to really start formulating a true, action plan going forward. And then we're going to convene in August of what we're going to be doing. We made a legislative request, I think last year, that would make it throughout the Commonwealth mandatory to fund the programs in the schools, especially focusing on anger management, conflict resolution, and a number of maybe the bullying projects that a couple of the mayors brought up. because once again, a rapid response is outstanding. But, one of the first steps should be prevention and getting into, and, and recently, the whole pipeline, we had a forum on mental health. And we had I believe about 30 different organizations came. And, just having a lot of different, avenues available, because I think once again, if a child is not in school, what's the safety net, that person would have? And the Children's Hospital folks said, they used to focus on adolescents, but now it's younger. And so I think we have to actually all this, because since violence does not respect any border, every school should have some type of mandatory program that really goes down starting in the 3rd grade, because that seems to where some of the problems are finding their genesis these days. But once again, I think we thank you very much for what you're doing. It's definitely ahead of the curve. But we have to make sure that all the cities and all the locations are doing similar things for, to be truly effective. But thank you for what you've brought forward. Thank you.
And a big thanks to the Child and Youth team. They're phenomenal.
Thanks.
Okay, next up.
So, Mr. Mayor, at this time, Chief Newdigate is going to come and give council a quick overview of the Youth Services Unit of the Police Department and some of the partnerships and programs that they currently deploy.
Welcome, Chief Newdigate and company.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you for allowing us to return this week. In lieu of the conversations that we had last week in regards to some of the challenges with the youth that we were having in terms of our shooting violence, we saw a great opportunity, and the manager asked us to come back and really expand upon all the different initiatives that we have going as a police department. And I really have to identify Lieutenant Loki. This is a newly created position that we implemented in January of 2023. Prior to that, our youth initiatives were decentralized, and I would say a little bit fragmented. Not that they were less important, but we realized a true need for the police department, that we needed to prioritize what we were doing. And when we looked around, there was no one other than Lieutenant Kevin Loki that I think you will see in his presentation that he has the vision, and there is no one more passionate about our youth. And he is definitely the right individual that has spearheaded the efforts. And I would say we have increased our capacity at least 50% since the implementation of this unit. And with that being said, Lieutenant Loki.
Good afternoon. So my name is Kevin Loki. I have the honor of serving as the lieutenant for the Youth Services Unit for the Police Department. A little bit about our unit. As the chief said, we did form in January of 2023, so we are a relatively new unit. We're currently staffed with 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, and 2 officers. We do have 1 officer vacancy, which we plan to fill later in the summer. And our unit serves as a liaison with external agencies such as the schools, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, juvenile intake, juvenile detention, and the juvenile courts. And we also manage all of our youth programs and outreach efforts. So the goals of our unit are to engage the youth and reduce offenses committed by juveniles, to bridge the gap and build relationships with the youth in our community, to humanize officers in the eyes of the youth, make them see that we're human with shared interests, fears, and goals, to provide productive activities and educational opportunities, to mentor youth in our community, and to recruit future officers for our department. So one of the largest and oldest programs that we currently run is the School Resource Officer Program, or SRO. We currently have 28 school resource officers and 4 SRO sergeants that are assigned to the 4 precincts throughout the city. These SROs are assigned to all middle and high schools throughout the city, and they're augmented by school security officers. SROs are in the schools to provide a safe environment to enforce criminal criminal laws, criminal violations that may occur in and around the schools. They are not there to enforce school rules. As the Youth Services Lieutenant, my job is to oversee the School Resource Officer Program to ensure consistency throughout our 4 precincts. I also serve as the primary liaison with the school system and its 86 schools. Also the point of contact for any issues with the schools or its students and teachers, such as arrests, serious injuries, or deaths of any students or school staff. I assist in developing the training for the SROs. This includes our annual 3-day in-service that's held in August. And SROs actually go through three days per year of active threat training. We work with DCJS and the Training Bureau to ensure that SROs are meeting the certification requirements outlined by the state. And we monitor school threats and investigations, and I work very closely with the schools, primarily the Office of Security and Emergency Management, to ensure a very safe environment for students and staff. So our department has a number of city partnerships. As Mr. Thornton highlighted, we have a very close network where we rely on each other to accomplish a common goal. The one program that everyone is familiar with is Parks After Dark. I know that's going to be coming up here in a few minutes, so I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I will highlight the fact that our department is providing 4 officers, 2 chaplains, and 2 patrol aides each night throughout the summer. We also partner with the fire department for the Safety Squad program. This is a program that gets us into all 55 elementary schools throughout the city, and we teach 4th and 5th grade students about gun safety, internet safety, and situational awareness. There's also a number of external programs that we're a part of. Those include An Achievable Dream at Lynn Haven Middle School, the Life Enrichment Center, which allows us to get into 1st grade classrooms and assist in teaching 1st grade students how to read. United in Him, which is a very small organization, a very important organization based in Twin Canal. The Kids Law Academy, which is based in the Western Bayside area. The 3rd grade mentor program, which is run by our juvenile court judges. This allows officers to get into Title I elementary schools and mentor 3rd grade students. The Boys and Girls Club Passport to Manhood, which provides basic life skills for teenage boys. And then finally, Bridging the Gap, which is a community program that'll be at Mount Trashmore this fall. We also partner with the schools for several programs there. The first one is the Law Enforcement Principles and Practice class at Green Run High School. This is an elective government class that provides an overview of law enforcement and other government and legal related topics for students 9 through 12. The goal of that program is to basically provide a sampling of what the Technical and Career Education Center has to offer for its public safety program, with the goal of having those students enroll in continuing their education there at that school, with the ultimate goal of those students graduating and being hired as patrol aides for our department. So our unit coordinates with those teachers for those 2 programs to provide instructors for various topics. We provide field trips to various police facilities. The top right picture there is actually the students from Green Run High School at our special ops, checking out our SWAT vehicles. And then finally, the Arrive Alive program. This is a replacement for the Every 15 Minutes program. We took the Every 15 Minutes program and recognizing that texting and driving and other forms of distracted driving are more of an issue for today's youth. We added that to the curriculum and changed the name of the program. But it's still a safe driving program for high school students. We're focusing on the dangers of impaired driving, distracted driving, speeding. There's a mock crash that's held at the school behind the school. The bottom right picture is our crash scene this year at Lansdowne High School. We have students who volunteer to play critical roles. to demonstrate the gravity of the situation and the investigative process. The program concludes on the final day with an assembly for the students, and we actually have parents come in and provide eulogies for their students. So it's very, very impactful for everyone involved. This is held at a different high school each year. This year was our first year, and as I mentioned, it was at Lansdowne High School. Next year, we're going to be at a different high school, and the following year, our goal is to hold it at 2 high schools. This is a very, very robust program that involves partnerships with multiple agencies, including the fire department, EMS, the sheriff's office, Centera, area funeral homes and towing companies, AAA, and then of course the schools. So our department has a number of opportunities for youth involvement. The first program is the Patrol Aid Program, which is formerly known as the Cadet Program. This is a part-time employment opportunity for anyone with an interest in law enforcement. While it's geared for those between ages of 18 and 21, it is open to anyone with an interest in law enforcement. The reason we have it geared for 18 to 21 is because they're too young to join the academy. So we want to get them in the door at 18, provide training. They're able to earn $16.80 an hour, work 28 hours per week. They can ride along with officers, provide administrative support, and receive training in a variety of topics, and actually receive certifications prior to the academy. We've utilized them to fill in as community service officers, as precinct desk officers, school crossing guards. Recently, there was a missing 9-year-old, and we called them in last minute, and we were able to deploy 4 of them within about 30 minutes to assist in the search for a 9-year-old boy. They've also been called in last minute to assist with traffic control and direction so that we can relieve uniformed officers to go back on the street. So it's a very beneficial program both for us and for the employees. And they also receive physical training to better prepare them for the physical requirements of the academy. The Public Safety Cadet Volunteer Program, this is a brand new program that replaces the former Boy Scouts Explorer program. This is available to anyone between the ages of 14 and 21. And this is very similar to the Patrol Aid Program. The difference is one is volunteer, one is paid. They too receive training and experience in various areas of policing. There are academic components to prepare them for the academic requirements of the academy. They are required to maintain a 2.0 GPA in school. Once they turn 18, they're able to ride along with officers on patrol. We have school resource officers who are serving as the mentors for the program, and we actually can use them to assist with working special events. So this is an excellent recruiting tool because we're able to essentially start recruiting at the age of 14 and basically hold on to these folks until they're old enough for the academy. Our ultimate goal is that these cadets will transition into the patrol aid and be hired by the city once they turn 18. The Youth Police Academy, this is another one of our older programs. This has been around since 1996, and it's open to high school students, ages 14 and older. This provides an overview of our department and offers basic classes in various topics, including basic law, the history of law enforcement, investigations, school safety, and officer wellness. They also take field trips to various places throughout the city, including our mounted facility, special operations, and the jail. This is held starting in January of each year. It's for 18 weeks, and it's at First Colonial High School every Tuesday. And then finally, the college internship program. This is available to any college student with an interest in law enforcement. We do have partnerships with all of the area colleges and universities. However, there's no requirement that these students attend any of those. We will accept college students from anywhere in the country. We will accommodate however many hours they need, whether it's riding along or actually performing tasks. We will accommodate whatever they need. And we currently have 8 college interns assigned to the 4 precincts. And this is able to be applied for via an online application process. So this summer, we're excited to offer 2 youth summer day camps. These will both be held at the Law Enforcement Training Academy. They'll be taught by school resource officers and youth services officers, augmented by some of our patrol aides to provide additional oversight. These camps will include daily activities, tours of police facilities, some field trips, scenarios, swimming. And this is also a partnership with Parks and Rec. They've been extremely helpful in getting these camps off the ground. So the first camp is Camp Blue Line. As the name would suggest, this is a camp that's designed for kids and teens with an interest in law enforcement. It's ages 12 through 16. It will be held July 22nd through August 2nd. Topics for this camp will include interview skills, officer wellness, basic law, physical training, investigations, patrol operations, firearm safety. We'll be bringing them down here to City Hall, to the courts, where they'll have a chance to talk with a judge and ask questions. We're going to be taking them to Richmond so that they can see how their government works. And then in the final days, we're going to have a mock crime scene and a mock court where they can actually play roles, in that scenario. Camp Connect, this is for ages 10 through 15. This will be held July 15th through 19th. And topics here will include financial skills, communication, conflict resolution, team building, water safety, wellness, and firearm safety. These campers will be able to take a field trip to the aquarium and to the aviation museum. And the one cool part about this camp is that upon completion, all of the campers are going to be paired with a police mentor as part of a new program that we're developing. So these campers will have a trusted role model that they can talk to throughout the year once they finish the camp. So we have several mentorship and outreach programs. The first two are very similar, so I'm going to group them. Blue Knights Chess Club and Badges and Board Games. These programs basically allow children and teens to interact with police officers in a very neutral, safe environment while playing games. Everything from chess to Twister to Cornhole, Uno, Connect Four. They come in, as the top picture would suggest, sit down at the table and just play games. And it's a chance for kids to, see police officers in uniform in a non-threatening way, to have a conversation and learn that they can trust police officers. Hopefully they'll never need us, but if they do, they know they can trust us, and that's the point here. This is held at the Law Enforcement Training Academy. We actually were able to partner with the Hampton Roads Chess Association. They provided some technical guidance. Since none of us are chess experts, they provided some of that helpful guidance. The one benefit of this program that no one anticipated was several of the teens who attended, especially chess club, were on the spectrum for autism. And we had just finished learning about interacting with kids with autism in our in-service training. And this was an excellent way to reinforce some of the lessons learned, because the police officers had a chance to sit there for an hour with these kids, have a conversation in a very safe, non-threatening manner. The kids were able to, talk to police officers, and it was really nice to see the interactions that were taking place. So with the Badges and Board Games Club, we actually started adding lessons. We realized we had these kids for an hour and a half. We decided to add 10-minute lessons before each session on topics such as bullying, how to handle bullies, suicide awareness and prevention that was provided by DHS, substance abuse and vaping, also provided by DHS, internet safety, firearm safety, what to expect if you're stopped by the police. So we were able to teach these kids some valuable life lessons and skills before they went to play with the officers. The parents would then hang back in the auditorium, and we were able to have a nice dialogue with parents, and they were able to ask questions that they may not otherwise get to ask of police officers. The Rec Center Mentorship Program, this is also a partnership with Parks and Rec. They were very helpful in getting this program started. This basically allows officers to walk into any rec center in the city and interact with teenagers who were maybe there playing basketball. The bottom picture there is from Bow Creek Rec Center, and we walk in. The officers may wear what I'm wearing, or they may wear their PT shirt, as pictured in the picture. But they walk in. The kids are already playing basketball, and the officers walk in and start playing with them. And the look on their face is a bit of surprise, but they start interacting with the officers. If officers are like me and they can't play basketball, then they are welcome to play air hockey, ping pong, pool, any of the other games that are there at the rec center. This, in my opinion, is our most impactful program because this does not require the kids and teens to come to us. We're coming to them and meeting them where they play. And we'll be expanding this program this summer. Last summer, we also had a number of scheduled events at the rec center where we actually advertised that we were coming. We brought the horses out to these rec centers. We set up information tables and displays, and the rec centers advertised to boost the number of kids who were there. And this program is nice because it allows the teens to get to know us, see beyond the badge, realize that we have shared interests and common goals. And then the last thing on there is the PD mentorship program. So you've heard me talk about mentorship programs, but those programs all rely on other agencies, the rec center, the schools. We realize that if we want to interact with these kids and teens throughout the year and not have to rely on other agencies, we need our own program. So Sergeant Chris Washington, who is with Youth Services, has been putting together our own mentorship program. He already has several dozen officers signed up to be mentors, and this is going to allow us to go into the neighborhoods, interact with these kids, and actually maintain contact with them throughout the year and not just during the school year. And as mentioned, this mentorship program will be part of Camp Connect. So the Youth Services Unit attends a variety of community events throughout the year. When we attend, we provide flyers for our various programs. You should have a packet of several flyers that we hand out throughout, yes, sir, to the community. When we attend these events, we hand out freebies such as pens and pencils and frisbees, stickers. The kids love the little police badge stickers. We also hand out free gun locks, and this is part of a larger program that we have with gun locks. So we have gun locks available for the public to pick up at any of our 4 precincts. No questions asked, free of charge. They can walk in and get a gun lock anytime. All we ask is that they actually use it for firearms and not for a bike lock or anything else. We also go one step further with our gun lock program. Our SROs and detectives, when they're investigating any type of school threat, part of that investigation involves them going to the student's house and talking with the parents to inquire as to whether there are firearms in the house. When they make that home visit, if there are firearms in the house, they're making the offer of gun locks and providing gun locks right there to the parents so that they can secure their firearms. We also bring cornhole boards with us, photo stations, and games, and all of that is to attract kids over to our tables so that we can interact with them. There is an online request form on the Youth Services PD page where citizens can request our presence at their event. So since April of 2023, Youth Services personnel have attended over 170 community events and youth programs. We're probably at about 175 since this slide was made. But these events include career days, safety squad lessons, presentations to various community groups, back to school events like the picture there on the bottom right, chess events, and rec center visits. I want to highlight the picture that's on the left. That is MPO Cheryl Stout with Youth Services, and those 3 kids there are part of the United in Him group out of Twin Canal. And they have formed a really tight bond to where anytime MPO Stout goes into Twin Canal, those kids come running up to her and give her a hug and hang out with her as long as she's there. So we're definitely have some really good bonds with these kids in the community. So as far as youth contacts, very difficult to quantify how many. how many kids we've actually, made contact with. Some of our programs have better turnout than others. The picture on the bottom right, there were about 9,000 people in attendance at that event. It was a back-to-school event last year. But we also want to look at quality versus quantity. Our chess club event where we may only have 45 kids, there's more quality time there than at a community event where we have 9,000 people. We do recognize that our greatest challenge is reaching the kids, the youth who truly need these programs. We recognize that the kids who truly need these programs are not coming out to play chess with us. That's another reason why I strongly believe that that the rec center program that we have is one of the better programs we have because we're going to them and meeting them where they play. There's a number of programs that are currently in the works that will be rolling out here in the next few months. The first one is It's Not a Joke. It's a school safety training program. This is a collaboration between the police, the Commonwealth Attorney, juvenile intake, and the schools. When we're investigating school threats, we frequently hear, "I was only joking," hence the name of the program. We want to highlight the fact that it's not a joking matter. This program is being offered to various programs such as the Youth Police Academy. It will be provided in the summer camps this summer, and our goal is to get it into the schools next year. It basically highlights the various laws and school rules that address weapons on school property and making school threats, the consequences that a student may face, everything from criminal to financial, college, career, how it impacts them, their parents, their students, teachers, and then we wrap up with providing resources available to them. So 988, and all the other hotlines that are available to them if they're feeling depressed, anxious, or just upset. STOP is a school threat offense program. This is a collaboration with us and Court Services Unit. It's basically a program to better address the school threat charges at the court level. So this is going to be a program available to the judges for sentencing once a student has been charged. And basically it's a 5-week program that will require the student to attend training. There is parental involvement required, and they're going to cover topics such as restorative practices, making them understand how their actions impact others. There will be a self-reflection project, and then there will be a small celebration to recognize their accomplishment on the last day. We're planning a parent resource expo that'll be held at the Law Enforcement Training Academy this fall. It's going to basically have resources and folks from around the area for parents so they know who to turn to when they need help. We're also going to be providing classes and breakout sessions and some demonstrations for both parents and students. The Youth Advisory Panel, we recognize that we are not teenagers. We have not been teenagers in several decades. So we don't know really how to reach the youth. So we're going to be going into the community and meeting with teens in every area of the city, having open dialogue. We've partnered with a group of mentors and coaches from around the city who are going to assist us with that effort. But if we're going to try and resolve issues that are impacting teens, we need to hear from the teens how we can best help them. We've had a few of these discussions already, and we have learned a lot. So we plan on continuing that effort. On the same page, we're also working on a mediation program for teens where SROs will receive training on basically how to mediate issues while they're small before they get large, so that they can recognize these issues in the schools and hopefully prevent any violence. The Police Athletic League, this is a very exciting opportunity. This is a 501c3 nonprofit that'll basically provide funding for a variety of police-led athletic and activities for teens. We already have a boxing league and a football league planned for this. Our chess clubs will fall under this program. And we plan on having this up and running this summer. So we actually held a fundraising event. That's the photo there in the slide. That was our fundraising event to raise the funds required to fund the PAL. And then finally, Mr. Thornton mentioned LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs. This is going to be taught by school resource officers and youth services officers, both in the schools, and we're also going to be holding evening sessions for students who may not be able to attend in school, or for students who are homeschooled. And that is all I have.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Rosemary?
How you keep up with it all? I mean, there is so much. It's unbelievable. And I can see why the chief is so impressed and has put you in this position to do these wonderful things. And the SRA program alone, where the kids get to be friends with the law enforcement officer in the school and all that. One thing that I didn't see, maybe I missed it, is are we doing anything with conflict resolution? It seems like that could be something, especially at Renaissance.
So both camps that were holding will feature conflict resolution. The LEAD program that we're rolling out will also include conflict resolution in that. And as often as we can with the Badges and Board Games program, we're providing that as well. So any chance, excuse me, any chance we get to have an audience where we can teach, that's one of the topics that we really want to teach, because that's one thing that's not really covered other places.
Seems like a really important thing, because their conflict resolution, a lot of the kids are doing now, is pretty dangerous stuff. They need to know other ways to deal with these conflicts rather than pulling out a gun.
Correct.
This is wonderful what you're doing. I don't know how we have time to do anything else. It's like crazy, but it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. And I've always said we have the best police officers anywhere. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Amelia?
Thank you again for this presentation. I noticed something important that should be everywhere. Like regionalism, you're using the different departments within our city that comes with all those trends, whether it's the behavior health, the health department, the CHKD, wherever. Like many hands make light work. It's good that you are including them in this. I like that.
Thank you.
Also, I know with the law enforcement training, definitely looking at how much is used. It's something we need to work on. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? You know, last week I was on a conference call with a group regionally, and at the end of it, we said, okay, what can we do now? And Mayor Donnie Tuck from Hampton said the best thing any city can do right now is get your police chief and department up and explain what we were all doing. So I just want to thank you very much. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on that people need to know about. And I think that would give the public some comfort. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, Parks and Rec will come and give council an overview of the first Parks After Dark, which was had its inaugural year last summer. And staff is going to give an overview of the program and some of the successes and opportunities going forward.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Saving the best for last. Just kidding. The police department is one of our strongest partners, and we're so honored to work with them on a lot of these different initiatives. We're going to end today with a presentation on Parks After Dark. I think we're all familiar with this program. It started last year for the first time after some extensive research. The summer went amazing. We're going to cover that. We are beyond excited to expand this now, not just 2 sites, but a 3rd site for next summer. And so with that, let me introduce, I believe you all know her, but if you don't, Tiffany Cowell is our Youth Opportunities Unit Coordinator. The Youth Opportunity Office is one of our unique units that really does all of our public outreach and works with youth pretty much exclusively. Tiffany and her team oversee the Summer Youth Employment Program, the Parks After Dark Program, the Mayor's Youth Leadership and Action Program, the Volunteer Resources Program. They're working with Atlantis Apartments. So they really are doing a lot throughout the community. And this was a new program that they took on last year through the support of council. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany to really run through how last year went and what we're preparing for as we approach this summer and the future. Tiffany?
Thank you, Michael.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Cowell. As Michael said, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today to talk about Parks After Dark. Last year was our first year of having this program. The program ran from June 8th until August 26th. That was on a Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday evening every week from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we held the program in the Bayside area in Williams Farm Park. This is it? Okay. So the program consisted of some structured recreational activities that were free and open to the public. It included things like music, live entertainment, board games, sports, food, yard games, anything that would bring people out to have a good time and to get to know their neighbors and their community. Another really important component of this program was the involvement with our police department, because it's important for our community members to not just see our police officers in an enforcement capacity, but also to see them as part of their community. So we had a couple of goals. The biggest goal that we had was to build community. We wanted people to feel welcomed, to know that they were an active part of the process. And so from the very beginning, we involved them in the planning of what this program was going to look like. Even in terms of, if you're familiar with the Bayside area, Western Bayside is divided by Newtown Road, which is a very busy street. And we had some key communities that we wanted to engage that were on the other side of Newtown Road, communities like Lake Edward. And so we partnered with the schools to be able to provide buses so that those individuals could come across the street safely, because we wanted everyone to know that they were welcome and that this was their activity, that we were doing this not for them, but with them. And so again, the interaction with our police department was key. Getting to see our police officers in a consistent, family-friendly environment was really important. So in 2022, our mayor and our vice mayor put together a youth violence prevention task force. And the Youth Violence Prevention Task Force set out to do just that. And Parks and Recreation started looking around at programs around the country that had a sustained history of community impact and decreasing violent outcomes, particularly for families and young people. And we found a program in Los Angeles, California called Summer Night Lights. And so we went out and we toured some of the Summer Night Lights sites. Parks and Recreation and the police department did. And then we came back to Virginia Beach and we said, okay, we can do this. This is something I think we can do. So we put together a program. We presented it to council. That was in February of last year. And then in June of last year, we started our first program. And so in order for this program to work, it could not just be a Parks and Recreation initiative. It had to be a collaboration. We obviously had the space at Williams Farm Park, and we had the expertise to put on recreational programming, but we recognized that our community members needed more than that. They told us that they wanted more than that. And so we worked with many different organizations and city departments to be able to bring all of those resources during Parks After Dark. Here's just a list of the individual departments and resources that we worked with most. Our police department, prevention services with human services, the libraries, the schools, Bank on Hampton Roads, because financial literacy was an important resource that we wanted to provide for anyone who came to the program. Also, we had our health department out several times during the summer. Centera came out with their mobile medical vehicle, which was really important because if you're a busy working family and you work all day and you have kids that you take care of, sometimes your health care is not a priority. And so having this resource for families at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock on a Saturday night was really beneficial. Also, Kempsville Behavioral Health, Virginia Wesleyan, and then community groups like Western Bayside Community United and Lake Edward Civic League. We even went so far as to hold that year's, where the police come out all night long, thank you. That's it. Yeah, all night long. So the communities approached us and asked if we would partner with them, and so we did that at Parks After Dark, and it was a really great collaboration. So one of the things about this program that is nearest and dearest to me is understanding the staffing for Parks After Dark. If you don't know, we have a program in our city called the Summer Youth Employment Program, and that is where we hire any high school student in Virginia Beach who is 16 to 21 years old they don't have to be a high school student, any Virginia Beach youth, 16 to 21, who wants employment for the summer. We will hire them and find them a job within the city of Virginia Beach. So, keeping that in mind, we took those same individuals and employed them to run Parks After Dark. But we took individuals who live in the Bayside community and employed them to run the Parks After Dark program in the Bayside community. Knowing that we were hoping to expand, if we weren't able to find a young person who lived in Bayside, then we found a young person who lived in Green Run or a young person who lived in College Park. And we would bring them in, and then those were the kids who worked the program. That was extremely important for several reasons. First of all, it's great to be able to financially empower the young people that you're wanting to engage. So giving them a job where they work for the city of Virginia Beach all summer is wonderful. In our Summer Youth Employment Program, each young person in that program has a job coach. And that job coach walks with them all summer long, helps them to navigate the work world, and helps them to understand what it's like to have a job, because for many of them, that was their first job. Because as Lieutenant Loki said, I like to think I'm cool, but I know that I'm not. We have what we call young money mentors. Those are kids that we hire, and we put them through extensive financial literacy training, and then it's their job to train their peers in financial literacy. And so by doing it that way, we have, at the end of the summer, kids who have saved literally, for our whole program, I think the kids saved almost $40,000 over an 8-week period of time. Now, if I had talked to them about financial literacy, it would have been like that old Charlie Brown cartoon, like his teacher, like it wouldn't have worked. But having other kids do that, and that's a big part of youth opportunities. We look for ways to empower young people who can then empower their peers. But having the kids from that community that we wanted to engage be the kids who actually work the program was really great because when their friends and neighbors saw them working, they were like, hey, how did you get this job? And this year they came, like some of those same kids came back and they're like, can we work? And we're like, well, unfortunately it's too late, but give me your information. We'll get you next year because we'll be back. So that was really powerful. And then it also gave the kids a chance to be part of the solution for their community. Because again, we're not doing this for you, we're doing this with you. So giving them a role, an active role, was really important. And they did everything. We brought them on in mid-May because we did lots of training with them so they would be comfortable and familiar with how to run the program. They did the setup, they did the breakdown, they created the games, they created the activities. It was all them. And then they ran it all summer long, and they did a phenomenal job. We wanted to make sure that people knew about it. So obviously you have to do marketing. We have an awesome marketing team in Parks and Rec. We're very fortunate. You see here our marketing budget for the program was about $4,500. For that $4,500, we had over 60,000 ad impressions, 71,000 emails that we sent out that were opened. Our marketing team created you see the logo at the top, the Parks After Dark logo, they created that logo. They also created all of these little glow-in-the-dark stickers, VB stickers, and the kids loved them. Like it was almost like those trading cards. Like, I don't know, maybe it'll be worth something 10 years from now, but the kids love those. And then we had almost 13,000 visits to our webpage. So by the end of the summer, we had over 12,000 visitors to the park, to the program. And the demographics, because we were targeted with our emails that we sent, we tried to send them to the target zip codes of 23455 and 23462. And we had over 60% of our visitors, of the 12,000 visitors that came, 66% of those visitors came from that zip code, those two zip codes. I was out at the park on Saturday because we've started up for this year. And when people come, we ask them what's their zip code. We ask them their zip code and we ask them their age so that we can see if we're hitting our target audience and our target demographic in terms of where they lived. And there were about 5 young men there, and they all were from Norfolk. Well, you know, Western Bayside, the park is very close to the Norfolk border. And they were like between 16 and 19 years old. And I said, you're from Norfolk? And they were like, yeah. And I said, well, how did you hear about the program? And they said, well, we hang in Lake Edward. And I said, oh, okay. And they said, well, can we come? I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah. Please come. You're more than welcome. And I think it's important for us to remember that, as I've heard our mayor say, like, these things don't have borders. And so having programs that let all kids come and participate, it's really important. So we also like to look at the impact on the community and community safety. As Lieutenant Loki said, we have officers that are out every night, and it's really great. I'm gonna just tell you, like last summer, I don't know if you remember, but we had wildfires in Canada, so the air quality wasn't great. July and August, it's very hot. And I would say to the officers, do you really have to have all of that on? And they were like, yeah, we can't take it off. But it didn't stop them. I mean, it didn't stop them from running, playing soccer, dancing. You know, you wouldn't have thought that they were outfitted like they were. And I think that they were pleasantly surprised as well because of the response that they got from the community. So it was a really important time for the community to interact with our officers and for our officers to interact with our community. We always like to look at data. Now, we've only had this program for 1 year, so it's impossible to make serious data conclusions. But we did look at some data from the time that we had the program. So from that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evening, from 6 to 11 p.m., we looked at data and we did a comparison over a few years. We were able to see some positive trends. Whether or not those are directly related, time will tell. What we do know is that having structured activities for youth and for families is a positive thing. And we got a lot of really great citizen feedback. And this year, when we started the program again, we had parents who were waiting saying, "We saw the signs when we picked up our kids. Thank you so much for coming back." And we had teenagers. Last year, the teenagers, it took them a couple of weeks to warm up to us. So they would kind of stand on the fence and they'd watch and they'd slide in and get a drink and then they'd slide back out to the fence. And then after a while, you know, they warmed up to us. And I knew that we were in a good spot when we had a group of teenagers come over and say, "There are some kids over there and they're getting ready to do some vandalism. Do you want us to go get them?" "No, I don't want you to go get them. We'll take care of it. Thank you so much." But it told us that the level of ownership that we need them to take in their community, they were taking that level of ownership. So this year when we started, from minute one, we had just as many teenagers as we had families with strollers. In fact, we had more middle school and high schoolers who came on their own than we had parents who came with their children. And so we know that the citizens are very excited about the program and appreciate having it there. So an important thing about Parks After Dark to remember also is this is a 10-week program, but after the program ends, our work doesn't end. We continue to work in the community. We continue to work with community groups. We continue to try to make a change, make a difference in the community where we are. And each specialist who is hired to cover Parks After Dark in a different community, it will be their job for the rest of the year to create programs and services and partnerships within that community that help to facilitate positive results and positive outcomes for families and for youth. So if you didn't get a chance to come to Parks After Dark, I have a quick video to show you so that you can get a flavor for what it's like. There's no sound. I would sing, but that's not good. But there's music. I want to point out those two kids at the end. Those are two youth workers. The young man there, this was his first job. And he said to us, "I never thought I could get a job like this. I didn't think I could work for the city of Virginia Beach. I never thought that was something I could do." Well, he did a great job. He had a job coach. He had supportive supervisors and mentors all summer. And when the program was over, we had a vacancy in Parks and Recreation. We helped him do his application. We helped him with his interview. And now he works for Parks and Recreation. And so does his sibling. So that's just one example of an outcome that's changed just from that brief 8-week period where they came to the park after dark.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, right there, and then Rosemary.
I have to not only clap but stand for your outstanding for last. I mean, you're a natural. Make me want to be a teenager again and get out there and do it. But I'm very proud of Tiffany, the whole Parks and Recreation. She knows I've been there twice already this week. And Saturday I was there till 10:30. Even watched the incredible, what was it?
Incredibles 2 was the movie
Incredible
for
2.
this Saturday.
Took my granddaughter and we sat, and the lights, and Jay was the DJ. Who else you had there was Howard, walking, talking with them. And the way she is so patient as she talks to these kids. You couldn't have chosen anybody better than Tiffany. A couple of things I asked her about that, and she mentioned about training these students to have good customer service. And she tells them, after all, you're wearing the badge of the city. All of that to me bring pride for these students. And I know Green Run and Level Green cannot wait. You will be really impressed with what happens there. So, you mentioned the mayor's youth. I was looking for someone because the television group wanted to find someone to interview after they got through with me. And I went back to Tiffany, she said, well, I'm on that too. And she got right over, spoke to them, talked about the engagement, and I sat writing certain things down because this is what the City of Virginia Beach Parks and Recreation creates. She looks very quiet, but she's powerful. Thank you for having this one more time, as you mentioned, to get more assessment and data for District 4. They really love the program. And I'm proud to be councilwoman of District 4. Thank you.
Rosemary.
Tiffany, wow, your enthusiasm is infectious. I mean, you got this council to have more activity I've seen in a while, all because of you. You are just really wonderful. And I just wanted to say that this all came out of the Youth Violence Task Force that I worked with. And we had all these departments. And Michael was there, and Michael Kirschman, he says, we need to go and check out Los Angeles. They have this program, and it has helped youth violence in Los Angeles. So you took a team of people out to LA to see what they were doing, and you came back very enthusiastic. And from seeing that, we thought, well, we could have that too. And that's why we came in. I thank the council for funding that initial Parks After Dark, and they did it early, before the budget took place, because that would have been too late, so that we were able to have it last year. And hopefully by next year, we'll be able to have more data to see. But there's data that you can't see. There's the data of all these happy kids and families, and we really are not hearing a lot about youth violence in some areas that have been trouble spots. So I'm excited, really excited that we're expanding the program, and I think it's just going to make a huge difference in our city. And you all have done an incredible job. Just thank you so much.
Jennifer.
Thank you. If I could just say one thing, we learned a lot. I did not go to Los Angeles, but a couple of the staff did, as well as one of the police sergeants. And the program is really set up based on what they learned over the years. And they learned things like hire youth from your neighborhoods. It makes a difference. Do it during the hours where you're really targeting the behaviors you want to decrease. That's why it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? And so we learned all these great things by going out there, seeing it during the summer in action, talking to people that worked at the sites, talking to the organizers, talking to the police. We learned about how important it was for partnership with the police to be there, to be seen in a friendly atmosphere. And we saw the LA data in terms of, over time, the impact it had on the community in terms of crime reduction. Another big thing they saw out in LA was, prior to these programs starting up in the different communities, when there was a crime in the community, nobody else really snitched or really said, oh, here's who did that, right? And if they did, they were retaliated against. Those statistics really changed in terms of, now we had relationships with the police, we feel comfortable telling them what happened, and retaliations went way down based on their data. So it's that type of information that's not even just violence reduction, but trusting your police officers and being open to talk to them to help solve the crimes. They've seen this for many years out in LA. but it takes years to see that data over time. Like, we only have 1 year of data here. There's no way we can say if the Parks After Dark after 1 year made this impact, but that's why you keep it at the same place, because you're having a community impact over time if you really want to see the crime reduction, or at least hope to see that over time. So we're really excited to get this into 2 more sites next year. I know it's going to be a strain on our staff and the police force, but again, it's all about building those relationships in the community and really building community and those social connections over time.
Okay, anyone else? Jennifer.
I'm just so thrilled about this, and even with the youth services presentation, so not only creating relationships, so opportunities for interactions and positive, healthy interactions. It's organic, so it doesn't feel forced, but neighbors can get around each other, or community members can get around each other and just be safe and laugh and have fun and build goodwill. But the summer youth employment and even the pipeline for policing, when kids that don't know, they don't have a vision for themselves, then all of a sudden they see themselves in these roles that they never had before, and it can change the trajectory of their lives, where it's like, oh, it's just incredible what those small opportunities can do, so I'm just so pleased about that, and that this young man was able to continue on with Parks and Rec, and that you helped him there, and what we'll see with our youth services program with the police department, but getting these kids integrated and showing these kids a different vision of themselves that they didn't have yet is a powerful thing. And so I'm telling you, when it comes to our priorities and our funding, I hear the strain, but I would love for this council to consider, with all of the things that we fund, this is something that's absolutely deserving of continuing. So I can't wait to see it come to Green Run, and to come to District 7, and to continue in District 4, and perhaps expand in different ways in different districts. But thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Barbara, do you have something?
I would just say, one of the things that I've been kind of observing over everything is that, and I don't mean to put any pressure on Michael and his staff, but I think Parks and Recreation is going to have an awful lot of impact on a lot of the things that we are doing around the city. I think we see, here, this is an issue that we're looking at to help with our crime issues. But I think we see it also in economic development and in many aspects, that we're seeing the importance of this department, Parks and Recreation. And I think it's, like I said, don't mean to put any pressure on you, but I think it's one of those multiple benefits that we're looking at around the city with our parks and our recreational activities. And I think that's going to grow, and really appreciate y'all's willingness to do it. But, it's so easy to say, oh, we can't. But it's awfully good to see you willing to do it, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, and if I could just say what Barbara said, I think this is an indicator of community defines itself on how well it takes care of those in need. And we have a gold standard Parks and Rec here. And I think it's already proved anecdotally that it can work. And, I agree with what Chris said before. This is the type of thing we should have throughout the city. Now, is it going to be a costly investment? But let's just say it is investment. If this can actually reduce crime as it did in Los Angeles or anything, I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. Because investing in our community at such a local and intimate level, I just think of it as a paramount importance about, who we are as Virginia Beach being considered that caring city. And, I'll tell you what was impressive about the last 3 presentations. How many dozens of departments were involved in making all these things work? And this is stuff that we've been doing over the last couple of years, but building up to here. So, I'll tell you what, the cooperation between the departments that we saw, even with that one area that led to Parks in the Dark, it's phenomenal.
Yeah. And if I could just say one thing about cost, last year was a whirlwind, right? So We got the approval in February. We had to hire staff, get all the planning in place. We started by June and we were off to the races. And it worked out really well. But I know that Tiffany and her team saw some really cool stuff in LA too. Once you start getting some of this data and once you start showing some outcomes, we'll be looking for things like that we saw in LA, restaurants donating the food, various types of grants you can get to offset the cost. So as we move on, we will try our best to look for community partners to provide financial support and grants to help lower the cost of the city while still maintaining the quality of the program.
Okay, Chris.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Kirk, because many of the council members have had kind of individual events throughout the city, and we get local vendors, whether they own a bounce house or an ice cream truck or a snow cone, and they say they want to participate. So that could help cut costs. But just one question, because they scaled pretty quickly. In 15 years, they went 5X from 8 to 44 sites. When your team was out there, did you see any, because Los Angeles County is a pretty large county, did you see any like hybrids, or was it just the same model that they ran at all 44 sites?
I was not there.
Yeah, it varied based on what community it was in. Okay. So the Parks After Dark in Crenshaw was different from the Parks After Dark in the Valley, from the one at Watts, from the one in South Central. They were different. So, and we asked to go to as many different types of locations because we wanted to see different demographics, different, financial, ethnic, socioeconomic. We wanted to see all of that. And so, yeah, it varied. And we intend to do that as well. Place-based programming is part of what we do in youth opportunities. So it's not going to be just cookie cutter. It will be part of the process is we're working with the community, finding out what's important to them, and then incorporating that into the program.
Thank you. I think that's helpful because as we sit around the table and we talk about funding, I know for me, when I looked at the first expansion, we used kind of that benchmark number from Bayside, and I hadn't heard anything about variations or hybrid. And so I wanted to ask that question because like I said, Los Angeles County is a pretty large place. So thank you so much.
They would do a lot of things out in LA where, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I saw the pictures and I saw the report when he came back and got the update, but even the community started bringing food. Now, I know they can get into all kinds of health things. But the families would bring casseroles and desserts, and they're contributing now to this event, and it just grew organically. And so lots of things we can do as we're moving forward. We've got 1 year under our belt. This is our second year, but really the sky's the limit in terms of where this can go in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Rosemary,
I was going to ask you, Mr. Mayor, because you've got you're part of the whole region of the youth violence, the mayors, if maybe you could get Michael and Tiffany to come and talk about what's happening here. Because it's great that we're doing it, but we really need our sister cities because, again, crime knows no borders.
Yep. And, I'll tell you what, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. And, let me put it this way, as we, this may be something where I think we may be planning a mayor's forum also with we're going to try to get our delegation going in August. This may be a good thing that, a good example of, what can be done. I think that might be good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, that was some very good presentations we had today. All right, any council comments or initiatives? Okay, Jennifer and then Hutch.
Two liaison reports. First, I want to congratulate our SWAM business office. So as NBC liaison, I attended, but it's a SWAM business event. They hosted a City of Virginia Beach uplift program. So there are two stories published about this, and one in the Virginian Pilot and one in the Daily Press. So it's getting some coverage about, it's at the Hive. It's an 8-week accelerator program to help scale up small businesses. So the businesses had to be a certain size, revenues under $50,000, et cetera, et cetera. And then it would work them through for 8 weeks how to scale up to whatever their goal number was. And so at the ceremony, there was someone who was a locksmith. And so he unlocked anything with a key. That was his business. And he was saying it's hard to get repeat customers in a business like that. So like going through this program and helping him like scale up so he can have something sustainable. And it was incredible to see his presentation. There was a chef and her food looked incredible. And so she didn't bring it just on a PowerPoint. But so I really want to commend, if we talk about all the great things our city does, it's not just, fluff. These are really transformative things for people who are able to take advantage of it. And so I want to shout out Lavera and the SWAM Business Office for all the efforts they're doing to support our small businesses. And then with active transportation, let me get it right. Bike Month was in May, but Cook Elementary held their final bike walk roll in this past week to get past SOLs. So 200 students and parents participated. It was the first time for that school. So kids and parents with helmets on their bikes going to and from school. And so I want to commend our chair, Walter Camp, in the efforts of our Active Transportation Advisory Committee to get not only biking and as a something fun to do for families, but to integrate with our school system. So to get so many more schools and so many more kids and parents involved this year. So I want to say it was bigger than last year, and I anticipate it's going to continue to grow way bigger than last year. So kudos to all these volunteer efforts for building that kind of community with our young kids. Thank you.
Great. Hutch, and then Chris. And
Thank
then
you, sir.
Mary.
So I had the privilege of going to the Animal Control Advisory Board. That was my first time, and I have to tell you an old story. I was watching a dog once, and they got picked up by the pound, and 7 dogs later, they made me stop coming because I kept adopting every dog that was on the list that was going to be done, and so all my family got dogs and everything else. So I did not take a tour. I just went right into the conference room. But anyhow, it was really good. Captain Fox and them were running a great program over there. They really are trying and doing some numbers. And I asked her if I could share, and Chief Newdigate's left, but I asked her to check with him and make sure it was okay. But like on intakes and stuff on the animals, they're trying to do a lot more when they're picked up in the neighborhood to get them back to the house right then instead of impounding them and stuff. And their numbers from 23 to 24, dogs impoundment went from 1,000 to 758. So pretty good drop. Cats went from 630 to 450, and some other animals went down as well. But they adopted their adoptions. Everything that you hoped it would go down went down. Everything that should go up did. Their adoption rates, they streamlined a lot of their process, and it went from 514 to almost 600. So a really, really good increase. Reclaimed dogs also went the right direction. And they had 487 less animals with 78 more adoptions is the way to look at it. So I thought that was a really good thing. They really, they work hard. They enjoy their work. And there were 2 vets on the, that I met that were are on the board now. One of them just came on, and they're volunteered their time, and they're gonna take, using numbers like we should, data driven. They're gonna go out to a couple of where the dogs get loose on a higher basis and get impounded. They're gonna go out and chip them with the animal control officers. So on 2 different occasions. So that'll only help us even more. So between it all, it was a really good. I thought it was a good meeting, a good night, and they have some impressive numbers. So my hat goes off to them. Thanks.
Okay, Chris?
I had a council comment, so I'll hold off.
Oh, no, that's okay. We'll do it all at once, because that way we can get into close.
I just wanted to thank our city manager, and then we've been giving so much attention to Parks and Rec today, and Mr. Kirschman and his team. Last Friday, I was notified of some hate speech that had been graffitied in one of our parks, and I had just shared it with the manager, and it was pretty nasty. And within 2 hours on the ride home, we drove past, and Parks and Rec had almost 7 personnel out there scrubbing this filthy speech off of our park. And so I wanted to thank the manager, but also just share with the community that our staff is working really hard just to maintain the park. So if we can not, break glass bottles and do some of these things, it will help them focus on keeping the parks up versus having to spend those resources to make sure that our citizens feel safe and they don't have to, take their 4 or 5-year-old to the park and see that kind of nasty speech. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Very well said. Rosemary?
Just quickly, having District 5 a town hall meeting tomorrow night from 6:30 to 8 at the south building of the aquarium. We're going to cover some really good topics like Rudy Loop and Atlantic Park, and then the new funding with the arts and humanities that the council passed with the budget. So I appreciate the staff for coming and helping. Thank you so much. And I also attended the COG meeting yesterday where they're starting to get revved up for the new round of funding that's going to come up. And organizations need to have their applications in by August 31st to be able, for the consideration of the next round of funding.
Okay, anyone else? Amelia and then Worth.
Right, I jotted a few things down. As you know, coming up is the launching of Juneteenth and so forth this month. So Councilman Belushi and the Virginia African American Culture Center, the New Journal and Guide, the Arts for Learning hosted a nice event on June 8th. We had a good turnout at the Chrysler Museum, where we had not only playwrights, a wonderful opera singer, and we had storytelling about Juneteenth and its history. Had Dr. Cassandra Newby Alexander. So all of those different groups got together and we had a very good time. And so special thanks to our host, the Chrysler Museum, for that. On this weekend, the Virginia Beach Gigs, as you know it through the Cultural Affairs, awarded the VAACC an opportunity for launching the Juneteenth. So we'll be meeting on the 15th morning from 9 to 12 at the Vibes Creative District stage. We'll begin the Juneteenth celebration. We hope to have our mayor come on out as well for that celebration. The MBA, the Minority Business Council, they have their retreat this Friday from 8 to 12 at the Hives. And other things that went on for all of these parts for District 4, we had the CBDA celebrated 30 years of their programs and what they do within the community as an association at Cantina Laredo. It's very nice. And then Tavares Realty, they're about to celebrate 50 years anniversary. As you know, they have made a great impact on our city with the town center, and that's this Friday at the Westin. And we also have, between Councilman Shulman and myself, we have the Aragona Village doing their Jericho Committee meeting on the 25th, 10:30. So quite a lot is going on. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Worth.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. 3 things, I'll be quick as well. I want to congratulate the Hampton Roads Soccer Council for operating yet another highly successful North American Sand Soccer Championships this past weekend. I'm continuing to hear the same amount of numbers, almost 100,000 attending the event, lots of local and national and international participation. So second, along with that, because both Kellam High School and Cox Boys Soccer, so Kellam Girls Soccer and Cox Boys Soccer won state championships. The Kellam girls beat the First Colonial girls in the state championship. So a lot of soccer championships, champions in our city, but all spring sports and all high schools, I think, fared very well this spring. My Cox Boys tennis lost in the finals. And so a lot of good things going on at our high schools. And then lastly, Councilman Shulman and myself attended what I think is a landmark or watershed event last Friday. That's the celebration of the merger of Eastern Virginia Medical School with or into Old Dominion University. Has been a lot of work done for that. Centera, of course, was a leader. But that's a big moment for our city and our region, all cities in our region with that, and we'll see how that leads to a lot of opportunities.
Okay, anyone else at this?
Sir, I had one more thing.
And then Sabrina.
Sorry. I forgot, I'm sorry about this, to mention a second ago. After the open mic night last meeting, lots of y'all have been contacted and y'all have said something to me. I was afforded a brief on Violet Bank from Public Works and Parks and Rec. And I really think it would be a good idea with all that I'm hearing and everybody asking me questions that if we have Patrick, if you don't mind, getting them to present that to us, if that's okay with everyone. It just seems like it's prudent with everything I'm getting.
Mayor, any concerns?
Okay. Are we okay? Yeah. We can do that. Good. Sabrina.
Thank you. I definitely support that presentation. It's
Thanks.
very important. Absolutely. And on a very positive note, Mabinti Scott, who is a legislative aide here, one of us, had a bouncing baby boy, 7 pounds and 15 ounces. So she's at home, 7 pounds, yes, 15 ounces. And they're at home recovering, but certainly we wish them well. And our thoughts and prayers are certainly with them. But I have plenty of pictures, if you like to see. And they're doing very well. So just wanted to let everyone know.
What's the name?
Named after his father, Damon. Yes.
Good. Anybody else? Okay, if I could bring up a little something, I think, once again, one of the reasons that we have, council initiatives and discussion is that we can bring, everyone at this table is advocates for individuals and bringing forward certain things. And I think this is a very appropriate forum that when we do have an individual thing that has a unique situation to discuss it here. And that being said, if I just, give an observation myself, when we have open mic night, that is for us to do active listening. And in that forum, it's really rough to have a discussion like we have here, especially given if it requires us giving direction to the manager or the attorney. Because once again, I think at open mic, as we're trying to listen, maybe it's not the best place to try to do policy and direct the manager or some to look into something. But by all means, I think we have a forum here every time we meet, that if you do have a constituent that has a unique problem, that we can hash it out right here. And then, as a body, agree to, like we just did with Hutch, when the manager said, okay, is that okay to do? I just think it might be appropriate and, to give the open mic nights, give them the forum that, to bring forward things that with our active listening. Okay, Chris?
Mayor Dyer, I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of the citizens that may be working or may not be able to attend the meetings have some serious concerns about why we don't record or allow the public to see the open mic. And there have been some very hot topics that have come up that we have not addressed at this table. And so can you explain to the public or have the clerk explain why we don't?
For the most part, because, sometimes some of the things that come up and the actions and some of the language may not be appropriate, okay? And, the thing is this way, another thing, a lot of people are reluctant to come forward if they're going to be televised because they do tell some, if you recall, some very intimate and personal things that, may be best, kept, between us. Yes.
It was always meant for a time for people to address us as a council and not to be on TV.
But, I appreciate your concern, but, over the years, some people come and really tell some incredibly personal and intimate things that they want to share with the council, and they may not be, they may be reluctant to do that otherwise. Okay, are we ready for close? There we go. The chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the examples of open meeting allowed by section 2.2, 3711A Code of Virginia as amended for the following purposes. Public contract, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of terms and scope of such contact, where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the public body pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A29, and that ECSC request for funds, and then personal matters, discussions, considerations, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of the specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any body pursuant to Section 2.2, 3711A1, and council appointments, boards, commissions, committees, authorities, agencies, and appointees, and also today, council appointee evaluation. So I have a motion.
So moved.
Second, okay.
Seconded.
Councilor Lewis, absent. Councilor Midley.
Aye.
Councilor Hutchison.
Aye.
Councilor Remick.
Aye.
Councilor Montana.
Aye.
Councilor Rouse.
Aye.
Councilor Schulman.
Aye.
Councilor Taylor.
Aye.
Councilor Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wilson. Aye. Mayor Dyer.
Aye. Should we get right into it, or do we need a 5-minute break? offer and ask us to certify the closed session. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Councilmember Belushi is absent. Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Aye.
Councilmember Remick.
Aye.
Councilmember Ross Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Schulman.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, certify the closed session. Be declared for the motion to read.
Okay, folks, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.